tidal wave could wipe off the footprints we leave behind, without any traces of remembrance. Only a few things survived the torrents of time. Like the spectacular Bekal fort of Kasargod, still radiant with a princely grandeur. Like the pristine St. Angelo fort, the most conspicuous landmark of Kannur district of North Kerala. Not only colossal structures but entities of tradition also survive, running an unbreakable thread through generations. A thread of tradition that doesn't lose its originality amidst fading fashions and fast-changing lifestyles. The handloom industry of Kannur and Kasargod districts of North Kerala is one such legacy. The industry has had its ups and downs, but the rhythm of the looms never subsides. It was originally confined to a small community who used to weave coarse cloth material using crude machinery. As time passed by, it crossed community barriers and emerged as a cottage industry. Today, several individual units have organized themselves into dynamic weavers' cooperative societies with a workforce of nearly 20,000. If not all, quite a few societies have come a long way from their humble beginnings in the 50s. As Mr. K. Balan, President of a Weaver Society, explains.
ആഭ്യന്തര മാർക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് ആവശ്യമായ തോർത്തുമുണ്ട് ഉൽപാദനത്തിലാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ തുടങ്ങിയത്. അതിനുശേഷം ഘട്ടം ഘട്ടമായി ഞങ്ങൾ ആഭ്യന്തര മാർക്കറ്റിൽ ആവശ്യമായ എല്ലാവിധ തുണിത്തരങ്ങളും ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുകയും അത് നന്നായി നല്ല നിലയിൽ വിറ്റഴിക്കാനും നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. തുടർന്ന് എക്സ്പോർട്ട് രംഗത്തേക്ക് കടക്കുകയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നല്ല ഹോങ്കോങ്, ലണ്ടൻ തുടങ്ങിയ രാജ്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് ഇന്ന് നല്ല രീതിയിൽ തന്നെ തുണി കയറ്റുമതി ചെയ്തു വരുന്നുണ്ട്.
That these cooperative societies have succeeded in capturing foreign markets is primarily due to the rigor followed in all stages of production, right from processing of the yarn. The societies procure quality cotton yarn from other parts of the country. The yarn is first coiled into small intertwined loops before taking them for boiling. Treating with boiling water is the first step in the processing of yarn required for handlooms. Coiled yarn is put into huge metal boilers. Steaming water is blown intermittently through a pipe. After about 8 hours of boiling, the yarn becomes soft and smooth, free of dirt. The boiled yarn is then bleached by dipping it into a bath of bleaching powder and shaking it vigorously. Excess water from the bleached yarn is expelled using a motorized squeezer. After bleaching, the yarn has to be stretched to separate out the cluttered strands. Stretching ensures uniform diffusion of dyes when dipped into the dye bath. What gives life to these yarns is the color. With the aid of a color catalogue, the dye master finds out the combination of dyes needed to obtain the required color. The required component dyes are taken in calculated quantities. At an appropriate temperature, these dyes are dissolved in water and color fastening agents are added. Bleached yarn is dipped into the dye bath and continuously turned upside down for uniform dyeing. After a few minutes, the color fixes permanently and the yarn is taken out for drying. Over the years, the spectrum of handloom colors have broadened with virtually every hue and shade now in its fold. That too, strictly adhering to eco-friendly dyes only. No dye under suspicion of possible health hazard is used here. This makes handloom fabrics widely acceptable everywhere in the world. The dyed yarn is now ready to be wound on bobbins. types of bobbins are used. One for making the weft, that is, the set of horizontal threads woven across to make the fabric. The other for making the warp, that is, the set of vertical strands. Small blank bobbins are loaded at the middle of the bobbin machine containing clustered yarn wound over the wheel at one end. When the disc at the other end is rotated, the yarn winds up over the bobbin into a continuous knot-free roll. For making the warp, strands from the bobbins are passed through a handheld frame and wound over a rectangular wooden frame which rotates freely. The number of strands getting wound and the order in which they form partially determine the quality of the clothing obtained. The warp so obtained is unwound and taken away for spreading. Before getting loaded onto the loom, it has to be spread properly with the aid of a specially designed comb. The vertical strands to be woven are provided by the warp, loaded at one end of the loom. The horizontal strands, that is, the weft, is taken from bobbins carried in shuttles. The basic process is to interlock the warp strands with the weft strands into a closely knit mesh of the fabric. When the pedals of the loom are controlled by feet, nearly half of the warp strands are lifted at a time. At the next moment, the remaining set of strands go up. The weft strand contained in the shuttle passes alternately through the lifted set of strands. The weft is aligned by means of a wooden bar. The patterns and checks obtained result from the color and arrangement of the warp and the weft. The high durability of handloom materials results from a relatively better thread density. Hence, to maintain the required thread density, a supervisor always keeps an eye on the quality of the material being woven. Though based on a simple mechanism, the process of weaving requires a great deal of skill and workmanship in coordinating the movements of feet, hands, and eyes. By combining a traditional skill with a true spirit of companionship, the cooperative societies now weave all sorts of textiles, including drapes, furnishing materials, bedspreads, dhotis, and saris. They are alive in the production of silk saris as well, and these saris have created a niche of their own in the market. Of all the saris coming from handlooms, Kasaragod saris are a class apart. The work unit of Kasaragod saris is located at Vidyanagar, a few kilometers away from the town of Kasaragod. The workers committed to carry on an age-old tradition realize that these are of a distinctive value. Hence, high standards are maintained throughout. Like in starching the cotton yarn while on the loom for increasing durability. In crafting aesthetically appealing borders with distinct designs. In adding small butas in golden color for added attraction. Woven with deft hands and carrying imprints of a nostalgic heritage, these saris still remain close to the hearts of the people of Malabar. Over the years, everything else has changed, but not the quality craftsmanship of Kasaragod saris. But this hasn't brought in handsome profits. Somehow, retaining the original charm and keeping the price tag inviting do not go together. Though quite a few societies are still running at a loss, signs of optimism prevail in the industry. Encouraged by the success stories of those societies operating in the foreign markets, others too have started striving for financial betterment. This gradual growth is further energized by the Institute of Handloom and Textile Technology at Kannur. Funded and run by the government of Kerala, the institute is fast becoming a source of expertise and manpower needed for the handlooms in North Kerala.
For the last 10 years, Institute of Handloom and Textile Technology is offering need-based and systematic training programs in weaving, fabric printing, designing, etc. With more specialized courses planned for the future, Institute is catering to the manpower requirement of the handloom industry in total.
The brisk business during festival seasons indicates that the popularity of handloom textiles is on the mount. If the societies can capitalize on that popularity, these lustrous threads of a distinctive tradition will never fade into oblivion.
Welcome friends to a new session in the paper Organization of Knowledge, Library Classification. In this session we will discuss various definitions of knowledge, the nature of the universe of knowledge and its different characteristics. Knowledge is the creation of human beings. Universe of knowledge is the totality of knowledge that has been generated now and will be generated in future. The universe of knowledge is ever changing. It is developing at an increasingly faster rate. The nature of interrelations among the entities may change and new kinds of relationship may be recognized from time to time by subject specialists. The activities of humans that started in prehistoric era continue till human exists on earth. Thus, the addition to universe of knowledge will also continue. Different classification schemes were given a well-developed scheme in order to incorporate the minute subdivisions of each major subjects now, and even if they expand due to continuous explosion of the world of knowledge. Universe of knowledge. The name universe of knowledge is given to the study of knowledge from various viewpoints. Ranganathan initiated this study. It consists of three important elements: historical, philosophical and sociological. The term knowledge is used here in its widest possible sense. It includes both disciplines which make statements about the world and those that create knowledge. It is the province of philosophers, scientists and historians. Librarians are not experts on the universe of knowledge. They are interested about the findings of the knowledge creators. They must base their work on those findings. Librarians need to define the areas of knowledge for bibliographic classification. Definition of knowledge. Knowledge can be defined as the facts, feelings or experiences known by persons of both people. The state of knowing. Awareness, consciousness or familiarity gained by experience or learning. Erudition or informed learning. specific information about a subject. Knowledge is the familiarity with someone or something, which can include facts, information, descriptions, or skills acquired through experience or education. It can refer to the theoretical or practical understanding of subject. It can be implicit or explicit. It can be more or less formal or systematic. In philosophy, the study of knowledge is called epistemology. The philosopher Plato defined knowledge as justified true belief. However, no single agreed upon definition of knowledge exists. Knowledge acquisition involves complex cognitive process, perception, communication, association and reasoning, while knowledge is also said to be related to the capacity of acknowledgement in human beings. Characteristics of universe of knowledge. Some of the qualities of universe of knowledge are: A. Multi-dimensions. It is multidimensional. It means that many parameters are needed to describe the position of any existent in that universe. As the universal knowledge is developed by research, the number of parameters steadily increases. The expansion is invariably linked with time. If the time component becomes 0, expansion automatically stops. Similarly, if the space of the universe of knowledge becomes finite, expansion stops. Hence, time and space both will have to be finite for the internal expansion of knowledge. B. Infinite. The universe of knowledge is infinite. The number of items of knowledge, that is existence, in that universe is unlimited. The mass or the extension of an item of knowledge may be very small at one extreme and very at large at the other. C. Dynamic. The infinite universe is ever growing. There are new developments in it from time to time. It throws forth new items of knowledge. These new items could not be anticipated almost till they actually appeared. We do not know what comes round the corner at any moment. It may be a massive item of knowledge comparable to what we know, or it could be tinier than any item known to us. Indeed, the universe of knowledge is dynamic, with capacity to throw forth forever new items of knowledge and calling for their own respective positions among the ones already existing. D. It is composed of scattered segments separated by space. E. It is not continuous like time. F. Expansion without action is incomprehensible. Therefore, action is an integral component of the universe of knowledge. G. The universe of knowledge is super flexible. However much one segment expands, there will be always space for further expansion. H. The speed and theoretical and practical form of expansion in all directions is not the same. I. In the course of expansion, some segments get overloaded, attain critical mass, and finally burst into smaller segments, establishing their own identities and remain bound with the parent segment. J. In certain cases, with the passage of time, parts of two or more segments merge together to form a new segment. Example, biochemistry, while the parent segment do not lose the parts. K. At times, several segments are found together in the form of a cluster where all segments retain their own identities. Example, oceanography, physical science, etc. L. The universe of knowledge is a continuum, that is, it has no holes. Whatever be the holes currently present in the universe of knowledge, it is believed that with the development of the universe of knowledge through research, the holes will be successfully filled up. It is our faith that any spot in a universe of knowledge lying bare will be cultivated at a later time. Cultural aspects of knowledge. If a particular religion is dominant in a particular culture, then it is accorded pride of place in the organization of recorded knowledge. In a Eurocentric culture, the dominance of Christianity can be explained historically, but this dominance in a classification scheme is difficult to justify to multicultural and multi-faith users. This problem has an acute practical side as publishing expands in the area of comparative and non-Christian religions. Universe of knowledge according to Hindu philosophy. According to Hindu philosophy, the universe is composed of 5 primary elements: Shidi, earth; up, water; Tejas, energy; Marut, air; and Vyoman, space. In the universe of knowledge, we find all the elements. Some segments of the universe are like Shidi, having identifiable shape and measurable size. The segments of second category are like Aap, still not having any solid foundation and well-defined shape, but likely to have a definite shape and size in future. The rest of the segments are nebulous like Marut, not having any fixed shape or size. They may or may not attain the up and subsequently Shidi stage. Some may vanish forever from the Marut stage itself. In the universe of knowledge, time is but an indispensable component. The concept of time is missing in the above 5 primary elements. We can find in the Hindu philosophy Srishti, creation; Sthiti, stability; and Laya, destruction. If the time component is 0, then there won't be any Sthiti. Hence, it can be easily assumed that the time component is embedded in these 3 components. Of the 8 concepts of Hindu philosophy, Ranganathan has taken only 5 in his PMEST. The presence of energy, space, and time is quite clear. Possibly, personality and matter take care of the primary elements Shidi, up, and Marut. Ranganathan describes the Vedic system of knowledge as 1. Dharma, concerned with the preservation of society as a coherent organization. It is the minimum and primary knowledge for being a member of the community. It dealt with law, religion, philosophy, and ethics. 2. Artha, the knowledge required by a state at material, economic, and political levels. It covered economics and applied sciences. 3. Karma, knowledge pursued for its own sake or joy in artistic creation. It covered linguistics, literature, and fine arts. 4. Moksha, the knowledge that only a small minority in any community find competence or leisure to develop or appreciate. It meant spiritualism and mysticism. Characteristics of segments. The segments of the universe of knowledge have some characteristics as follows. 1. The segment is born simultaneously with the birth of the subject. 2. A segment does not possess a constant shape or size. They may undergo change with the passage of time. 3. There are 4 categories of segments such as objects, action, space, and time. Object segment includes all nouns except space and time. Example, mathematics. The content of a segment will be a subject. All these objects can have qualifiers. Example, theoretical physics, poet Rabindranath. Action segments include verbs. Example, diagnosis, treatment, classification, cataloging. The content of the segment can also become a subject. All actions can also have qualifiers. Example, X-ray diagnosis, heat treatment, broad classification, digital cataloging. Space segment includes geographical as well as astronomical space. Example, India, Delhi, sky, space, etc. The content of the segment can become a subject. Like object and action, space can also have qualifiers. Example, North India, blue sky, dark space, etc. Time segment includes time in all its manifestations. Example, 20th century, calendar year, rainy season, etc. This segment can also have qualifiers. Example, 20th century, calendar year, rainy season. 4. A segment contains a subject which has its own entity, location and comfortably separated by space from one another. 5. All segments are bound by invisible bounds. It is not possible to predict at what time and location bounds between two or more segments will become stronger, and they will share some areas to give rise to a new segment. As far as consistency is concerned, there are three categories of segments. The segments of the first category are well formed, having more or less identifiable size and shape, well recognized by the academic bodies and taught in academic institutions. Example, physics. The second segments are yet to take the definite shape and are at different stages of development. The third category is nebulous. Example, palmistry, astrology. 7. A segment is capable of splitting into numerous subdivisions and each subdivision into further subdivisions and so on, whose number cannot be predicted in advance. 8. Each segment is capable of sharing a portion of its content without losing the same. It is analogous to human beings' sharing of knowledge. 9. Each segment passes through the stages of creation, srishti, stability, sthiti, and decay or destruction, laya. 10. A segment can appear at any part of the universe of knowledge as cloud forms in the sky the moment the situation becomes ripe for the same. The birth of a segment indicates the birth of a subject. Types of segments. Singular segment. There are different types of singular segment: unifocal, bifocal and multifocal. A unifocal segment is devoted to a single subject like physics. A bifocal segment deals with parts of two subjects. Example, bioengineering. A multifocal segment is formed by drawing materials from several subjects. Example, medical biochemistry. Binary segments. In this segment, two independent subjects are closely linked. Example, science and technology, language and literature, electricity and magnetism. Books may appear on binary segments depicting various aspects including general descriptions, similarities, differences, comparisons, influence, bias, etc. Cluster segments. In the universe, star clusters are common. The same is the case with the universe of knowledge. Here, several subjects are found together, all maintaining their own identities. Example, physical sciences, biosciences. Cyclopedia segment. This type of segments draws materials from all or many segments to form a single segment. We can find this in general encyclopedias, general periodicals and books on general knowledge. Affinitive segment. An affinitive segment has tendency to attach itself to another segment without becoming a part of the attaching segment. Example, management can be attached itself to segments like medicines and agriculture, giving rise to medical management, agricultural management. Comprehensive segment. This segment covers all the aspects of a subject. Example, the dictionary of petroleum. This dictionary includes the economy for petroleum, chemistry of petroleum, geology of petroleum, mining and petroleum, refining of petroleum, storage of petroleum, transportation of petroleum and so on. Form-based segment. The matter pertaining to a subject can be expressed or presented in various forms such as dictionary, take a textbook and a monograph. Invention-based segment. The moment an invention takes place, generally a patent is produced that gives rise to a segment in the universe of knowledge. Example, spectroscope. The use of the invention at times gives rise to another segment. Example, spectroscopy. These two are different subjects. The concept of subject in universe of knowledge. The concept of subject has been defined by many based on their own viewpoint. Some of the definitions of subject are: a matter or topic that forms the basis of a conversion, train of thought, investigation, etc. B. A branch of knowledge as a course of study. C. A branch of learning. D. The branch of knowledge studied or taught in a school, college or university. E. An organized body of ideas whose extension and intentions are likely to fall coherently within the field of interest and comfortably within the intellectual competence and the field of inevitable specialization of a normal person. F. A subject is an organized and systematized body of ideas. It may consist of one idea or a combination of several. Classification systems. A complete map of any area of knowledge displaying all its concepts and their relationships is known as a classification scheme or system. Such classification schemes for knowledge may be designed for different purposes. E.C. Richardson gave a useful classification of these purposes. He divided systems first into theoretical and practical. He arranged theoretical system into three classes. A. The philosophical or scientific classes concerned with the order of sciences or the order of things. B. The pedagogic, which are organized with reference to course of education. C. The encyclopedic, which is akin to pedagogic but included some material as well as outline. Richardson divided practical systems into the bibliothetic and the bibliographic. The bibliothetic is meant for arranging books on the shelves of a library. The bibliographic is suitable for arrangement of titles in a bibliography. Let us summarize the ideas that we have discussed during this session. In this unit, it is tried to explain the various definitions of knowledge and the nature of the universe of knowledge and the different characteristics of the universe of knowledge. The universe of knowledge is ever changing. It is developing at an increasingly faster rate due to research in various fields of the existing knowledge and also in the multidisciplinary fields. The nature of interrelations among the entities may change and new kinds of relationships may be recognized from time to time by subject specialists. Thus, the addition to universe of knowledge will also continue till human exists on earth. It is also tried to briefly describe the segments of universe of knowledge as described by Hindu philosophy. From this session, here I can give you a few assignments to work out. 1. Enumerate how universe of knowledge is classified in the universal decimal classification scheme. 2. Enumerate universe of knowledge according to Dewey Decimal Classification Scheme (DDC). 3. How universe of knowledge is classified according to column classification scheme. 4. Explain the different segments of the universe of knowledge with example. 5. Briefly explain the concept of subject according to the universe of knowledge. Now I can suggest a few references also for your further reading. 1. Sen BK 2009 Universe of Knowledge from a New Angle. Annals of Library and Information Studies 56 7 12. 2. Neelamegan A 1967 Research on the Structure and Development of the Universe of Subjects, Library Science with a Slant to Documentation. 4. 3. The Concise Oxford Dictionary 1999 10th edition by Judy Pearsall, Oxford OUP. 4. Ranganathan SR 1967 Prolegomena to Library Classification 3rd edition Bombay Asia Publishing House. 5. Kumar Krishan 1996 Theory of Classification 4th revised edition New Delhi Vigas Publishing House Private Limited. Thank you for watching this program. Let us meet again in another episode with another topic. Till then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have Professor Nabha Mandal from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai with us. Welcome to Interface.
Thank you.
Professor Nabha Mandal is the spokesperson for India-based Neutrino Observatory being set up at Theni in Madurai district in Tamil Nadu. Let me ask him, what is the main objective of this project?
I know that is the India-based Neutrino Observatory project is a basic science project to study this fundamental particle called neutrino. In recent time, certain properties of neutrino making it very exciting area of research, and we want to actually study certain properties of neutrino in our detector.
So, what is the objective of India-based Neutrino Observatory lab being set up at Theni?
Well, we want to study this particle called neutrino, and neutrino is one of the most abundant particle in the universe other than the photon, that is the quantum of light. However, we still do not know many properties of neutrinos, and that's simply because it is very difficult to detect neutrinos. So we are setting up this detector underground to understand and study certain properties especially related to the mass of neutrinos.
What is the timeline of this project?
Well, it's actually, it's a very big project in the standard of Indian science, in the sense that we have to create these underground facilities, because the neutrino experiment can be done only in a low background area where cosmic rays are not disturbing, because neutrino event will be only few in per day or even year if you detect them. So we have to put this detector under a mine or under a mountain, so that the cosmic rays get absorbed and only neutrinos can reach our laboratory. So earlier we had the Kolar Goldfield, now it is closed. We don't have any such underground lab. So first of all, we have to create that lab, and we think that it will take something like total of 5 years from the time we start construction of the lab to complete it and then start the construction of the detector, real detector.
Why the Kolar Goldfield experiments were not continued even after mines were closed?
Well, the Kolar Goldfield, if it would have been there, it would have been ideal site for carrying out neutrino experiment. Unfortunately, it is closed down, and KGF, it closed down because economical reason. There was not much gold, and the gold prices was not high, so mine was running under heavy loss, so they had to close it down. However, this Kolar Goldfield, we have something like 1,500 kilometers of tunneling, total network of tunneling. So if you want to maintain that just for doing science, you have to maintain the whole mines. And because water will get accumulated, you have to pump out the water and maintain it. So it becomes very costly, and that is the reason why we couldn't even use it for doing experiment after it was closed down.
So this INO lab which is coming up, it's only for physics or it's for other science?
See, underground lab, of course it's for science, but not only particle physics. So to begin with, we will of course doing the neutrino experiment, but the same underground lab can be used for doing other experiment in the field of particle physics other than neutrinos, like searching dark matter. We know that our universe, we have a large fraction of the matter is called dark matter, something like 23%, and we don't know nothing about that. So we have not been able to detect this dark matter. So this kind of experiment has to be also located deep underground, because it is very difficult to do. Background is high in the surface. So these underground facilities we are creating can also be used for dark matter search experiment in future. In addition to that, there are experiments the geologists can do experiment in such a site. Biologists can come and do the experiment in such a site. Even some low you need certain, for development of certain material, a low background area where such a lab will be useful. So we think in future it will also cater to this kind of research in the areas of geology, biology and other areas. But to begin with, it will be a particle physics lab, and to be specific, we will do this neutrino experiment there.
So can you tell exactly where the lab will be starting and where will be the location of this lab in physical?
Well, this is actually in the Theni district, if you go from the Madurai to Cochin, the Madurai-Cochin highway, so after something like 110 kilometers from Madurai, to be specific, when it is in the Kerala border almost, where the mountains are rising, at that side, from the Tamil Nadu side, we will have a tunnel of something like 1.8 kilometer. Then we will reach below a peak, and that will give us the sufficient coverage, all round coverage of 1 kilometer, and that is where the lab will be located. Though it is be close to the Kerala border, but the whole infrastructure, the underground lab, etc., will be in the Theni district of Tamil Nadu.
So, what will be the lab area inside the cavern?
Yes, there will be 3 caverns. One will be quite large. The size is something like 132 meters by 26 meters by 30 meters high. And this is the cavern where this huge neutrino detector, the magnetized iron calorimeter, 50 kiloton weight that we are proposing, will be constructed in that lab. But even in that cavern, it will only occupy less than half of that cavern. And we are making this cavern large so that in future, if we have to expand that detector from 100 kiloton to, from 50 kiloton to 100 kiloton, we will have sufficient space already there. So this is the main cavern 1. There are 2 other caverns nearby. One of them will be we are earmarking that for a double beta decay experiment. This is also neutrino experiment, but it is connected to the what kind of neutrino particles are, whether it is a Dirac particle or Majorana particle, so that to answer that question, an experiment can be set up, so that is for neutrinoless double beta decay. And then the third cavern is, as I told you, about the dark matter. So you can have a dark matter search experiment in the third cavern. So these are the main 3 caverns, but there will be another cavern somewhere in the shallower depth along on the way along the tunnel, that 1.9 kilometer long tunnel in the middle of somewhere, which will be for material processing, for dark matter search experiments or for neutrinoless double beta decay experiment. You need material which has been processed properly in a low background environment. So that site can be used for such, and that cavern can be used for this purpose.
So, can you little more explain what is ICAL, the Indian iron calorimeter?
So the iron calorimeter is the detector that we are proposing along with this INO laboratory for detecting atmospheric neutrinos. Now this ICAL is actually a stack of iron plates 5.6 centimeter thick, and there will be something like 150 layers of this stack. And between 2 iron plates, 2 successive iron plates, there will be a gap of 4 centimeter. In that gap, we will put a particle detector called resistive plate chamber. Okay, so we will have this stack, so the iron plate and then the RPC, that is the resistive plate chamber, again iron plate, and so this way we will create this stack of 150 layers. When the total size of the detector will be 16 meter by 16 meter by 14.5 meter, one module, and 3 such modules next to each other. The total weight will be 50 kiloton. Now, how it will work is that when the atmospheric neutrinos that is created in the top of the atmosphere reaches our detector, some of them, okay, some of those atmospheric neutrinos will interact inside our detector, in the iron mostly, and then it will produce a particle called muon, okay, and the muon will then traverse some distance in our detector through some number of iron plates and RPCs, and we can trace the track of that particle using those particle detectors, and then from there we will measure its energy, its direction, we will understand whether it is a neutrino event or antineutrino event, and so on, and using those information we will be able to understand certain properties of neutrinos, especially neutrino masses and ordering of the neutrino masses. That means there are 3 neutrinos and they have masses, different masses, so we must know which one is the lightest and which one is the heaviest. So this is the main purpose of this detector.
So it detects whether it is a neutrino or antineutrino.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. And that is most essential. In fact, so far other detectors around the world, they are detecting also atmospheric neutrinos, but they cannot distinguish between neutrinos and antineutrinos. So our ICAL detector will be the first such big detector which will have this particular characteristic, that it will be able to distinguish between neutrino and antineutrino.
So what type of magnetic field will be used for this detector?
So roughly we want our target is around 1.5 Tesla, but you know this is there will be a coil going around this in the iron plates, and then not everywhere we will have 1.5 Tesla magnetic field. Something like 90% of our detector will have field more than 1 Tesla. Okay. So and then that is the type of magnetic field that we will have.
Funding and collaboration. So is it funded by Tata Institute or is it funded by Department of Science and
No. I mean, it's not funded by Tata Institute, because Tata Institute only institute funding agencies are the government agencies. So this project, because it is quite big, first of all, it's being funded jointly by two major funding agencies of the Government of India. That is the Department of Science and Technology and Department of Atomic Energy. These are the two agencies or two ministry which will be funding this particular experiment. And the scientists involved in this project comes from not only from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. There are 26 research institutions, universities, IITs, they are involved in this project. So something like total 100 physicists and engineers, and something like right now we have some 30 students that are already working in this project.
So where will be the RPCs or detectors will be fabricated?
So originally this detector, R&D for this detector are being carried out in several labs, in TIFR, in Saha Institute, in VECC, in BRC, and also in IITs. It is now this R&D is going on. However, we need something like 30,000 of 2 meter by 2 meter particle detector, these RPCs, for this experiment. So that is impossible for any lab or even all the labs together to make those RPCs. So what we are doing, we are currently completed the R&D, and we are transferring this R&D or the know-how or the technology to the local industries, and they are going to produce this in large number. Okay, and they will be producing in a factory line, production line. They will be setting up and they will make those RPCs for us.
So RPCs, can you explain little more on RPC, how they are made and what is the structure of RPCs?
Yeah. So as I told you, this is a particle detector. Now you detect particle by many ways. There are what you call scintillators, some material. When the charged particle goes through that material, it emits light, and then you can have light detector like photomultiplier tube, and then that will tell you that some particle has gone through. Then you can have what you call the proportional chamber, where the particles are going and they will ionize the gas inside, and then the electrons will move towards a central wire, and then they will be collected, and then we will know. In this particular case, but those detectors are usually not very big. We need huge area detector and large number. As I told you, 2 meter, 4 meter square, each one is 4 meter square, okay, 2 meter by 2 meter, and then we will have 30,000 of them, okay. So that is the number of detector that you need. So you want some cheaper way of making particle detector. So what we are doing is a unique technique, that is where two glass plates, the float glass, something like 2 millimeter or 3 millimeter thick float glass, you keep them apart by a gap of 2 millimeter. So two float glass with a gap of 2 millimeter, okay, and you seal it completely, and you put a particular gas mixture inside that, okay, and then apply a very high voltage, something like 10 kilovolt. Whenever, and then on top of them, on the both side of that gas gap that you have made using the glass plate, you keep what you call the pickup strips. Okay. Now, whenever a charged particle will go through this gas gap, and they will ionize and they will produce ion electron pair. And now this gas gap is kept as a high voltage of something like 10 kilovolts. So then those ion and electron that has been created, they will start moving, they will amplify, and they will create a kind of short current, small current, and that will produce a charge by capacitive coupling on those strips that we have kept on the top. And so now from this pulse will be detected, and that will tell us at which point the particle has gone through. And then you keep them one after another, and as the particle goes through each of them, they will keep the trace of that, and then we can recreate the path of the particle in the detector using those information.
Okay. So, can you little more explain on the data acquisition system and technology used for this short pulses?
Yeah. So, for example, these pulses that will be coming from those RPCs are very fast. Okay. You know, this will be sub-nanosecond pulses, what you call. Rise time will be nanosecond or even lower. And we want to preserve that the timing information, because that will be useful, because when the particle is going, then using this timing information you can tell whether the particle is going upward or downward or whatever it is. So this timing information is very useful. So you can't destroy that. So because of that, but these pulses that we'll get from these RPCs are extremely small, something like a millivolt or smaller. So in order to even detect them, first you have to amplify. So you have to have an amplifier with a high gain, but with a high bandwidth, okay, so that this nanosecond characteristic can be preserved. And this amplifier, we need something like 3.5 million. Okay. And if you should not buy this, so we have started designing this amplifier ourselves. Then we have made it already in the fab lab, the ASIC, what you call the chip, and it will be used for that. So in this process, we are also, though it is a particle physics experiment, we are also working on electronics, making those chips, etc. And then ultimately, when it will be amplified, and then it will be collected through a online computing system by what you call the online data acquisition system. So for that you have to also develop the corresponding data acquisition software, the corresponding electronics chain of hardware. You have to also monitor those detectors so continuously. So you have some procedure, you have to monitoring software, and all those things are being developed right now at different participating labs by the students, engineers, and the physicists who are working in this experiment.
Okay. That this means this project needs a large amount of money, a large number of people, students for working and making these detectors and making this project going on.
Yes, absolutely.
So, what type of training programs you have at present for getting more trained students into this Newton of physics?
I think this is a very important point. In fact, I wanted to good that you just raised this point, because what is happening that this experiment is a big experiment. It's a mega science project, what we call. You have to handle this 3.5 million electronic channel, 30,000 RPCs, monitoring, making them, and all those things. We need a large number of physicists and large number of experimental physicists who can make these detectors using their own hands, who can fix if there is any problem running this experiment, etc. So you need competent experimentalists in a reasonably large number. Even in the country, we can actually hardly count by hand such experienced people in the country, because we do not have a culture of doing high energy physics experiment in the country. So that is the reason. But like we have developed all those technologies from scratch, we have also addressed the issue of manpower, and then we know that we don't have manpower today, but let's create it. So what we have done, we have this what we call the INO graduate program, is the INO PhD program basically, where we take every year the students after their MSc, masters in physics or in other areas, or in engineering students also we take. Then they will be going through a rigorous training during the first 1.5 years, where they will be the students who will be making those resistive plate chamber, detector, these electronics. They will be designing this data acquisition system, so that by the time they are finished with their training, they are competent and they have the confidence that they can make themselves such detectors. So once you do that, then these people, after this training, they will also have to do their physics. So they are getting attached to various PhD guides who are our collaborators in various institutions, universities, and so on. And then they will get their PhDs and they will get their postdoctoral experience. But they will be competent experimental high energy physicists. So some of them, we hope that will come back and join our program, because we have a long-term plan. It's not that we are starting our experiment tomorrow. It will even take 5 years to start at. So this is how we are going to address the manpower problem. And this is also the reason, because we also create a competent group of physicists, experimental physicists, who can do such experiment in future also, or even propose new experiment in the country.
Also, how you select the students? What basis? Is there any entrance, or how do you select that procedure? If you can tell that, maybe.
Yeah, right now this is actually to some extent linked with the student selection of TIFR. I mean, this region I'll tell you, because this training and at the beginning they'll be TIFR. So what they have to do, the TIFR has the entrance written examination. So that happens in the first week of December. So before that, advertisement goes to all the universities. They should appear, and when applying for that, for the test, they should tick mark. That will be a place where they can tick mark that we are interested in the INO training program. Once they do that and they appear for the written exam, and based upon their performance in the written exam, some of them will be called for interview. This interview will be done separately for the INO student, because we are looking for this kind of aptitude, that they should be good in, they should have the at least interest for doing experiment and doing this kind of detector development, etc. So we will interview them, and after that we will select certain number, and they will go through this training.
How do you compare this India-based neutrino project observatory with other labs, existing laboratories in Japan or CERN or in US?
Yeah. So when we started thinking about this project that we want to build in India, we knew that from that time onward that we have to make our detector so that it is complementary to the already existing detectors, or even the proposed detector elsewhere. So actually there are quite a few neutrino detectors are already there. One of them, which is also using this atmospheric neutrinos, is for example in Japan called Kamiokande, super Kamiokande detector. That detector, the mass is same, like 50 kiloton of mass there, but that is water. And what they do not have in this detector is the magnetic field. And because they do not have a magnetic field, they are no way they can separate the neutrino event from antineutrino event in a event by event basis. Okay. So now this is very crucial information. If you, for example, want to study this neutrino mass ordering that we want to do, then you have to separate out the neutrino event from an antineutrino event. So this detector that we are building in India, this India-based neutrino observatory, the ICAL detector, it is going to be that way unique, in the sense it will have a magnetic field and it will separate neutrinos from antineutrinos. So it will complement the already existing super Kamiokande atmospheric neutrino detector, this one. Now this address, now the question comes that mass ordering. So is this the only way we can do mass ordering? I mean, or is there no other way? No, there are other ways also. For example, there are experiments coming up in United States, and this is using the accelerator produced neutrino beam. They send the neutrino beam to a distance of something like 700 kilometers away, and they will have a detector there, and there also they can be able to use that data to address the issue of mass ordering. However, there are limitations. For example, that particular experiment will not be able to talk about mass ordering if certain neutrino parameters are not favorable to them, and we don't know those neutrino parameters yet. What is those neutrino value of those neutrino parameters, like this, what we call the CP violating phase. Okay, so that way there are many experiments are going on, and each experiment complement other. For example, ours will have not as high a statistics as a accelerator beam neutrino, but we will cover the whole CP phase. Okay, so we will be independent of the CP phase, irrespective of what is the value of the CP phase. We will be able to address the issue of mass ordering, whereas this neutrino beam experiment that is coming up will not be able to do that. So like that, each experiment are different. In addition to that, see, neutrinos have many other experiments. See, for example, we now know neutrinos have mass, but they are very, very tiny masses. Our experiment can talk about which is the lightest, which is the heaviest. We cannot really tell what is the mass of the neutrino. So there are completely different set of experiments, okay, that is coming up in Europe for studying the exact mass, whether they are addressing the exact mass of the absolute mass of the neutrino. So this way there are different kinds of experiment addressing different issues connected to the neutrino physics.
So INO time being don't have any program to detect neutrinos sent from any other lab, man-made lab.
Oh, okay. Actually, so the neutrinos, for example, so if you let us say you are making neutrino beam somewhere. Now, neutrino beams are being made at the moment. So they make neutrino beam at near Tokyo in a lab in Tsukuba called KEK, and sending that beam to some distance of 230 kilometers or so inside Japan itself in Kamiokande, and doing experiment. They are also sending the, as I told you, neutrino beam from Fermi lab near Chicago to a laboratory in the US-Canada border at a distance of 730 kilometers. They are having neutrino beam. They are sending from CERN near Geneva, and from there neutrino beams are produced and sent to an experiment in Gran Sasso at a distance of 730 kilometers again in a laboratory there. So these are the places where neutrino beam are being sent. But these are basically what they call conventional beam. This beam, if they try to send to a longer distance, simply the flux will not be enough to do an experiment. And there are other issues actually. There are a group of neutrino physicists are thinking for a neutrino, high intensity neutrino beam and sending it to a distance of 7,000 kilometers. Okay, that is very useful because 7,000 kilometers is a magic number for us. Actually, it is, that's why it is called magic baseline. Because at 7,000 kilometers, if you produce a neutrino beam, send it to a distance on 7,000 kilometers, during the 7,000 kilometers travel, the neutrino properties change in a certain way, so that we can measure certain properties of the neutrinos very nicely. So that is very useful to have. But such a neutrino factory, what you call, is nowhere in the horizon, because the technology of making such a neutrino factory doesn't exist today. But there is plan, when people are doing R&D, maybe something like a couple of decades down the line, we will have the capabilities of making such a neutrino beam or neutrino factory. Of course, that doesn't mean even if you have capabilities, you will be able to make the factory. So there should be funding available from some government or a collaboration of international, in various research institutes in the world to make such a factory. However, I should also answer here that there are certain, fear created that, oh, there will be neutrino beam coming from somewhere and they will destroy us, they will be radiation hazard and things like that. Neutrinos are not radiation hazard at all. Neutrinos are hard to detect. Neutrinos hardly interact. In fact, the neutrinos can go through the earth, whole earth, without doing anything. So, as if the whole earth is transparent to the neutrinos. So, neutrinos rarely interact. So, to give a specific example, let us say there will be a neutrino factory one day, and let's say it is there, neutrino factory is there. Now, neutrino factory is sending some beam. If you send that beam, neutrino factory beam, through a human being, okay, continuously for 100 years, I mean, let's say that person lived for 100 years, from his birth, from his death, neutrino beam is continuously going through him. In that period, only one neutrino, okay, has a chance to detect or interact inside your body. And in that interaction, it will produce one neon, one charged particle. Okay, that's all it will do in its entire life. And thousands of such muons are going through our body all the time from cosmic rays. So, this is completely, neutrino beams are completely safe. I mean, it's not no use for, other than the scientists, to study the properties of the neutrinos.
Okay. So there is no radiation or other things in the nearby area?
Absolutely no. I mean, there is no way neutrino can create any radiation.
Oh, thank you very much for coming to this interface. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello. In this class, we will be dealing with the aesthetics of the Indian miniature tradition. When we look at the history of Indian painting, there are two distinctive traditions, the mural tradition and the miniature tradition. In this session, we will be analyzing the evolution of the aesthetic thought which formulated the miniature painting tradition. Though the earliest known mural paintings in India date back to 2nd century BC, the first surviving miniature format paintings come from 10th century. They are found in a Buddhist manuscript of the Pala kingdom. Similar books exist with a distinctive style of illustrations. They are stylistically similar to paintings from Ajanta. The school of miniature is known as the Eastern School of Miniature. The miniatures on the western side of India from the period show another distinctive style, and aesthetics follows the Jain school of thought. The earliest Jain miniatures are on palm leaf and from the same period. The images are painted on layered sheets of palm leaf, stacked and tied in a book form. They usually have a wooden cover on front and back with painted images on top. Jain school of thought is based on the belief that 24 Tirthankaras, mendicant masters, existed, with the last one being Vardhamana Mahavira. Jain religion is totally non-violent in its philosophy. Two schools of Jain monks exist, the Shvetambaras, monks who wear white cloth, and Digambaras, monks who go about naked. The term Digambara literally means a person who wears space and direction as his cloth. It is actually related to the idea of meditation, where a person renounces everything, even his own identity and ego, to attain a state of universal oneness. We are familiar with Jain Tirthankara images through the famous sculptures. Incidentally, world's tallest statue is that of Vardhamana Mahavira. It is situated in Shravana Belagola in Karnataka. The style follows the Digambara faith. The earliest known Jain miniatures also show the Digambara Jain Tirthankaras in iconic figurative style. They are painted with opaque tempera on palm leaves. Usually the paintings have a red background. The figuration is very frontal without any bhanga, that is flexion, to the body. The figure stands still without the presence of any gestural movement. Because Jain and Buddhist thought preached the philosophy of detachment and non-action, it is only natural that the figuration is minimal and shows no body movement. The Murti Rupam, the idol figurine, is shown directly looking into the viewer and vice versa. The presence of a rich and wealthy merchant class in the western region of India contributed to the development of this style of miniature. Rich Jain merchants assigned painters and scribes to prepare books and offered these books to the temple libraries. The upkeep of libraries was part of the religious tradition of Jains. It is stated that in the 5th century a famine resulted in the death of many scholars. This caused a great damage to the oral tradition of transferring knowledge. Then a council of scholars and monks were formed to write down books from oral to written form and preserve them for future generations. This council, now known as the Vallabhi Council, successfully transferred numerous books to written form. The earliest Jain illustrated manuscript available to us is in the Jaisalmer Temple Library. It is dated to AD 10,060. Two of the most important Jain religious books are Kalakacharya Katha and Kalpasutra. These books are important for the study of the aesthetics of Indian miniature tradition because these two books are widely illustrated and painted. The iconic figures with red background which we mentioned earlier usually are found in Kalpasutra. The illustrations of Kalakacharya Katha are different in their approach. The story of Kalakacharya Katha is that of the Jain monk Kalakacharya, who was trying to assemble an army with the help of many chieftains to avenge the abduction of his sister by a king. It may be surprising that the non-violent faith of Jain belief system has produced numerous paintings based on the theme of abduction and war. The second phase of Western Indian miniature is the paper phase. Paper was introduced into India by the Arabs and it was used to create painted books. The presence of a particular blue color, lapis lazuli, and the excessive use of gold ornamentation in the paintings of this period shows Arab influence. The presence of lapis lazuli in a mural painting can be seen also at a 6th century painting in Ajanta cave number 1. It shows King Pulikesh's court with 2 Persians. During the paper phase of painting, many influences coming into the miniature tradition can be seen. We see Chinese type clouds, foreign face types similar to those found in Mongol school of painting, etc. appear in paper phase, which extended to 16th century. The Tughlaq period saw destruction of paintings because of the iconoclastic faith. The period which followed was of Lodhis. Under the Lodhi kingdom, Muslim and Hindu styles began to merge and artists were employed to illustrate both religious and secular texts. One very important illuminated manuscript from this period was a popular romantic story, Laur Chanda. It was converted to verse by Mulla Daud in 1377 in Uttar Pradesh and titled Chandayan. The script of the manuscript is in Persian, but the language is Awadhi. This book continued to influence later poets and painters. Later, it developed into what is now known as the Chaur Panchasika group of manuscripts. It narrates the love story of the poet Bilhana with Champavati, the daughter of a king. Most books of the Chaur Panchasika group are exquisitely illustrated. The dominant rasa is Srinkara, mostly in Vipralambha form. I will explain the previous sentence a little more to make the terminology clear to you. Rasa is the aesthetic sentiment which is being revealed to the connoisseur. Rasas are considered to be 9 in number: Srinkara, the erotic; Hasya, the comic; Karuna, the tragic; Veera, heroic; Raudra, furious; Bhibalsa, disgust; Bhayanaga, terrifying; Adbhuta, wondrous; and Shanta, quietude. Some scholars suggest that Shanta is the essence of all other rasas and it was added at a later time to the list of rasas. It is also stated that though the rasas are 9 in number, really there is only one experience of rasa. This aesthetic experience of bliss is termed rasanubhuti. Srinkara is considered to be the most important rasa. It is related to Rati, the sexual creative energy. This theory may be considered analogous to the theory of eros formulated by Freud in 20th century. The sexual sentiment and its relation with the primordial creative energy is symbolically developed in Indian literature and art through centuries. Bhagavata Katha is an example. Bhakti movement, which became prominent during 12th to 16th century, gave prominence to the idea that the human soul craves for the union to the universal soul. The human soul is symbolically considered to be female, while the universal soul is symbolically treated as male. In some cults, like the Bhagavati cult, this role is reversed. It is in the paintings of Laur Chanda from the Delhi Sultanate period that we see the depiction of Srinkara as the chief sentiment for the first time in Indian miniature painting tradition. Srinkara is of 2 types, Vipralambha and Sambhoga. In Vipralambha, the lovers are separated and long to be together. This is symbolical of the Bhakta. The philosophy of renunciation we see in Jainism and Buddhism is very strong and masculine in its detachment, whereas in Bhakti movement it is feminine. in Sambhoga Srinkara, the lovers are united in yoga. Laur Chanda, as a pioneer work among similar illustrated miniature books, does not seem to hold the element of bhakti in it. It seems to be a straightforward love story. The next major shift in the aesthetic approach in miniature painting happened during the Mughal era. Though the change started from the beginning of the Mughal period from 1530s, it became apparent during the reign of Humayun. The greatest shift happened at the time of Akbar. He created a well-established studio system where the artists were trained to execute miniature paintings in 1560s. Akbar became familiar with the working of a studio system and manuscript library at the Safavid court at Persia. Akbar ordered massive projects like the Hamsanama, Mahabharata, Harivamsha, etc. Hamsadama contained around 1400 paintings. It is in this period also that we see the image of working class people appearing in a miniature. The paintings of the construction of Fatehpur Sikri from the biography of Akbar, the Akbarnama, shows working class people doing various chores. The appearance of images other than for religious purpose marked a shift in aesthetics. We see albums of portraits created in the history of Indian art for the first time. Though in some earlier instances the image of donor patrons or kings were represented in some paintings and sculptures, they seem to be not an attempt at individual likeness. The images were universalized and stylized. Individual features were not given prominence. In literary tradition, there are references to portraiture, but portraiture as an established part of art activity became prevalent at Mughal period. This shift in attitude might have happened also because of the arrival of Westerners. Jesuit priests brought Western paintings to Mughal court, and there are instances of Mughal miniature artists copying them. But the chiaroscuro as seen in Western Renaissance art seems not to be in favor to Mughal taste. Albums showing flora and fauna were painted during this period. Pictures of various animals and plants, scientifically precise, were painted during the reign of Jahangir. An attempt at naturalism other than the stylized approach one usually sees in Indian miniature painting is visible in some of the works from this period. Due to the contact with Mughals, both through alliance and through war, Mughal style of miniature painting began to influence Rajasthani painting. They assimilated the style and created a style with distinctive features. The schools are now collectively labeled as Rajasthani miniature. During the reign of Aurangzeb, the studios were dismantled and artists were compelled to disperse. They had to travel to other regions to find work. Some painters like Pandit Seyu migrated to Pahari region. The sensibility of the patronage was different in Pahari kingdoms. The painters began to illustrate classics like the Gita Govinda. Krishna Gopika theme became popular in the region of Kangra and Guler. The refined style of Mughal miniature was adapted exquisitely by the Pahari painters. During 18th and 19th centuries, the family of Pandit Seyu settled in other Pahari kingdoms and spread the style. But it is in Kangra and Guler that we see the most refined figuration and paint handling. The aesthetic sensibility of the schools of Pahari region is dominated by the Krishna cult and the Bhakti movement. The movement was strong during 15th to 17th centuries and influenced every facet of life in the Indian subcontinent. Mystics like Kabir, Tukaram and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu vitalized the spirit of Bhakti. So it is also natural that the painters also chose to paint similar themes. There is another sociological reason suggested by historians as to why the Pahari kings chose to illustrate Krishna Gopika themes. The people of Pahari region were very poor due to the difficult living conditions, but the lifestyle of the kings were opulent. There are many schools of Pahari miniature, the exceptionally refined being Kangra and Guler. These schools can be discerned by the way the face of the female figures are rendered and the finish of the brushwork. White dominates most of the architectural rendering. National Museum of India holds a collection of these miniatures. The Basoli school of painting is another Pahari school of miniature of significance. Painters of Basoli use bright colors, especially a variety of chrome yellow. Images from Basoli school are dynamic compared to the soft and serene paintings of the Kangra Guler region. The lines are bold and expressionistic. The figuration shows motion. The eyes are big and a little protruding. Usually the paintings from Basoli, Kangra and Guler have ornamented border painted around the four sides. The Pahari region of the Garhwal Himalayas has created a distinctively different style. The aesthetic thought behind the school is comparable to other Pahari schools. The images show subjects from Hindu mythology. Vaishnavism is the dominant thought which drove the paintings of the region. Garhwal style usually uses a distinctive floral motif. Scholars use this feature to identify the school. Garhwal paintings are not as refined in their execution as the Guler Kangra style. It is evident from what we have learned so far is that the aesthetic process which drove the Indian miniature tradition is not singular. The evolution from the Jain period to the Pahari period spans a period of 1,000 years, and different schools and styles existed in the miniature tradition. The schools of the Rajasthani region and Deccani region also hold an important place in the aesthetic and historical development of Indian miniature tradition. There must have been an existing tradition of painting even before the arrival of Mughals in the Rajasthani region. According to scholars, Rajasthani miniature is eclectic. We find elements of popular Mughal style and influence from Lodhi Sultanate style mixed with the Jain miniature style. The Mewar school of miniature is considered to be the earliest school of Rajasthani miniature painting. The style of Mewar school is expressionistic and vibrant, but lacks the refinement and polish of other Rajasthani miniature schools like the Bikaner school. The Bikaner school is closer to the style of Mughals. It uses white architecture which is set like a stage where the characters are moving about. The trees are usually obliterated near the ground level by the architecture. The style is somewhat similar to the period of the Mughal prince Dara Shikoh. Classical literature seems to have an influence on the selection of themes for the paintings. The paintings show lovers enjoying different weather conditions, bathing ladies, hunting scenes, so on. Paintings remind us of the weather description in Kalidasa's Ritu-Samhara. Paintings from Kota kingdom have evolved into a very distinctive style. The hunting scenes of the schools are very interesting. They show forests filled with animals like tiger and deer. The kings along with retinue are usually shown hunting the animals. The paintings, even though depicting hunting scenes, do not evoke a sense of tragic action. They are dynamic with thriving plant and animal life. We will continue our discussion with the Kishangarh school of painting because it shows another interesting aspect which drove the selection of themes by the painters. Those of you who are interested in advertising design may be familiar with this school through an advertisement of Rajasthan tourism. The advertisement uses a profile portrait of a young lady painted in the Kishangarh style. The lady is the lover of the Prince of Kishangarh, Savan Singh. Her name is Banitani. Savan Singh is well known as a poet under the pseudonym Nagari Das. Kishangarh school uses the likeness of Savan Singh for Krishna and Banitani for Radha. Kishangarh school uses extreme elongation of the eye. Usually the Kishangarh lake is painted in the background. Like we have mentioned earlier, the sensibility of the patron played a powerful role in the development of a particular style. This aspect is clear to any student of art and aesthetics. Central Indian region also has produced schools of miniature like the Hyderabadi school. In 16th century, we see the emergence of distinguishable styles in the sultanates of Bijapur, Ahmednagar and Golconda with a strong Persian influence. Influence from Vijayanagar also played a role in early Deccani painting. After the conquest of Golconda by Mughals in 17th century, the school became known as the Hyderabadi school. We have briefly described the influences which shaped the aesthetics and stylistic evolution of Indian miniature tradition. To understand the themes better, one has to have a familiarity with the classical literature and musical traditions of India. For example, a type of paintings grouped together under the name Ragamala paintings take music as their focus theme. Ragamala paintings symbolically embody different ragas. The ragas are personified. The surrounding landscape is painted to suit the particular mood evoked by the raga. Female raginis are also painted. These paintings are unique in their selection of theme in the world of art. To appreciate and understand the symbolism of the Ragamala series, one should understand the nuances of Indian music. Now it is time we conclude this session. Bye.
Hearty welcome to this topic, remembering or memory. The ability to remember is a feature of intelligence and a key predictor of academic achievement or success in other activities that depend on intellect. Having a good memory involves being able to readily recall and correctly reuse information. Learning, though occupies a significant place in one's life, will be futile if its products cannot be utilized in the future. Whatever is learned must be stored in the mind in order to be utilized whenever required. According to Ribbon, memory means the power that we have to store our experiences and to bring them into the field of our consciousness sometime after the experience have occurred. How do we remember? Models of memory. Several theories and models have been devised by psychologists to explain how we remember or how memory works. Some of these are briefly discussed here. Storage and transfer model. This model has been suggested by Atkinson and Shiffrin in 1968 and 1971. In connection with the working of memory, they have suggested three different memory storage systems: sensory stores, a short-term store, and a long-term store. The process of memorization starts with the interaction of one's organs with one's environment. The sensory information is first picked up by the sense organs, then it travels through the nervous system and reaches the brain, which interprets it. The sensory message or information must stay or linger in the nervous system briefly to give the brain time to interpret it. This momentary pause of less than a second or lingering or persistence of the sensory information is referred to as sensory storage. According to Atkinson and Shiffrin in 1971, there seems to be a sensory store for each sense: visual, auditory, smell, taste and touch. However, only the visual and auditory storage systems referred to as iconic storage and echoic storage respectively have so far been studied extensively. Sensory information passing through the sensory stores or registers either disappears within a second or is transferred to the short-term store. The short-term store, according to Atkinson and Shiffrin, may be thought of as a stage of conscious activity. The information transferred from the sensory store to the short-term store may automatically stay for up to 20 seconds. However, it can be retained as long as an individual wants it in the short-term store through rehearsal or repetition. In case the short-term store is able to hold or register the information up to 20 seconds, it may move into the long-term store. The short-term store is thus responsible for the transformation of sensory information to the long-term store as well as its retrieval. It also decided which responses should be made. Actually, for this reason, the short-term store is sometimes called the working memory, as this is the memory employed in much of one's mental work. For transferring information from the short-term store to the long-term store, one can make use of many control processes. Rehearsal is one such process, while coding and other mental activities may aid long-term memory much more than simple repetition. In the retrieval, that is recalling what has been stored in the long-term memory also, various control processes and retrieval strategies like decoding of stored information are put into use in the short-term storage. The long-term store is used for storing the sensory information on a permanent basis, while the short-term store contains a limited amount of activated material in current use. The long-term store is assumed to have almost unlimited capacity for the storage of the encoded, currently inactive material. The sensory information is stored or is transformed from short-term memory in the coded form. At the same time of reproduction or retrieval, this is again decoded. The different forms of such coding are linguistic, that is verbal, imaginal and motor. In linguistic coding, the coding of the sensory information is done in the form of language or words. Imaginal coding makes use of images, mental picturization for the storage of information, and the third type of code, the motor code, is employed for remembering physical skills like swimming, cycling, etc. The stored as well as organized information in the long-term store in the coded form is transferred back to the short-term store, where it is decoded and employed first response as desired and ordered by the brain. Levels of processing model. According to the model of memory designed by Craig and Lockhart in 1972, memory is of only one kind rather than of three types, namely sensory, short-term and long-term, as suggested by Atkinson and Shiffrin. And the ability to remember is dependent on how deeply information is processed by us. Levels of such information processing may range from very shallow to very deep. The greater the depth of processing, the better can the materials be remembered. Let us illustrate what is meant by varying depths of the levels of processing and how it affects one's memory. Let us assume that in one of the experiments, the subject is shown the word chair among some other words on the screen. Later on, as the test of his recognition, he may be asked to respond to questions like, is the word in capital letters? Does the word rhyme with hair? Does it belong to something which may be used for sitting? It may be clearly seen that all of these three questions have been designed to control the level of processing of the word. The first question involves the subject's awareness of its sensory or structural feature of what the word looks. The level of processing at this stage is quite shallow. The next stage involves the subject's awareness of its sensory phonetic feature, the sound of the word. This may be termed as the intermediate level of processing. The last question concerns the task of making an association, that is, assigning a meaning or use to the subject. Here, the level of processing is deep, the kind that may help in forming the strong and more enduring memory trace. Experiments like this may reveal that one's memory performs best when it is processed to deeper levels. Apart from the memory of the verbal material, the theory of the levels of processing can be applied equally well to the memorization of non-verbal material. In one of their experiments, Bauer and Carlin in 1974 showed pictures of people to their subjects and asked them to determine the sex of those persons shown and assess whether they would like those persons. It was found that the subjects were able to remember the faces better when they processed the information related to the second question, that is, judgment of attraction. It was obvious that in judging persons' likability, they had to quite deeper, that is, semantic and meaningful processing than merely judging a person's sex, male or female. Types of memory. The broad classification of memory includes sensory memory, short-term memory and long-term memory. Sensory memory. It is also called immediate memory. It is a memory that helps an individual to recall something immediately after it is perceived. In this type of memory, the retention time is extremely brief, generally from a fraction of a second to several seconds. Old sensory impressions disappear as they are erased by new information. For example, we took up a telephone number from the directory and remember it. But after making the telephone call, we usually forget it. In this case, immediate memory is needed, which helps us to learn a thing immediately with speed and accuracy, remember it for a short duration and forget it rapidly after use. Short-term memory or STM. Information that a person perceives and pays attention to is transferred to the second component of the memory system, the short-term memory. Short-term memory is a storage system that can hold a limited amount of information for a few seconds. It is a part of memory where information currently being thought about is stored. The thoughts we are conscious of having at any given moment are being held in our short-term memory. When we stop thinking about something, it disappears from our short-term memory. Information may enter short-term memory from sensory registers or from the third basic component of the memory system, long-term memory. Often both things happen at the same time. When we see a peacock, our sensory register transfers the image of the peacock to a short-term memory. Meanwhile, we may unconsciously search our long-term memory for information about birds, so we can identify this particular one as peacock. Along with that recognition may come a lot of other information about peacocks, memories of past experiences with peacocks, or feelings about peacocks, all of which were stored in long-term memory but are brought into consciousness, that is short-term memory, by our mental processing of the sight of the peacock. One way to hold information in short-term memory is to think about it or say it over and over. You have probably remembered a phone number for a short time this way. This process of maintaining an item in short-term memory by repetition is called rehearsal. Rehearsal is important in learning because the longer an item remains in STM, the greater the chance that it will be transferred to long-term memory. Without rehearsal, items probably will not stay in STM for more than about 30 seconds. Because STM has a limited capacity, information can also be lost from it by being forced out by other information. You have probably had the experience of looking up a telephone number, being interrupted briefly, or finding that you had forgotten the number. Teachers must allocate time for rehearsal during classroom lessons. Teaching too much information too rapidly is likely to be ineffective because unless students are given time to mentally rehearse each new piece of information, later information is likely to drive it out of their short-term memories. When teachers stop a lesson to ask students if they have any questions, they are also giving students a few moments to think over and mentally rehearse what they have just learned. This helps students to process information in short-term memory and thereby to establish it in long-term memory. This mental work is critical when students are learning new difficult material. Long-term memory. Unlike short-term memory, long-term memory has a seemingly limitless capacity to store information with little or no decay and requires little, if any, rehearsal. In addition to these characteristics, long-term memory codes information according to meaning, pattern, and other characteristics. It is this memory that helps us to remember a number of things on a relatively permanent basis. Remembering and identifying data like one's name, father's name, date of birth, date of marriage, etc. is some example of long-term memory. With the help of our long-term memory, we can easily store, retain, and remember most of the things in our life at a second's notice and thus easily conduct our daily life. Just as information can be stored in long-term memory a long time, so too the capacity of long-term memory seems to be very large. We do not live long enough to fill up our long-term memory. The transfer from short-term memory to long-term memory. For many years, psychologists thought of STM and LTM as separate stages. Information first enters STM and stays there a while. If rehearsal kept it there long enough, it would consolidate to form a LTM. Simply rehearsing something in short-term memory is no guarantee that it will become a long-term memory, and how long it stays in STM is a poor prediction of whether it will become a long-term memory. Craig and Watkins in 1972 tried the following experiment. Read the list of the words below to yourself or read them to your friend. Some of the words start with G. The instruction for part 1 of the experiment is to keep track of what is the most recent G word. At the end of the list, you or your friend should say what was the last word on the list that began with G. Table, giraffe, frog, goose, key, window, banana, pencil, spoon, grass, road, garden, house, tree, lake, paper, chick, glove, paint, garlic and stone. The correct answer is garlic, and the experiment assumes that you or your friend had no trouble getting these answers. Note that what you had to do was to store each G word in STM until you dumped it to replace it with the next G word. You had to hold some of the words briefly and others for longer times. Then move to the part 2 of the experiment. The experimenter now wants you to write a list of all the G words on that list. The correct answers are giraffe, goose, grass, garden, glove and garlic. Considering the delay between when you read the words and when you recalled them, we have to assume you recalled them from the long-term memory. The question is, which terms made it into your long-term memory? In general, researchers find that people are about equally likely to remember giraffe, grass and glove, which stayed in short-term memory only briefly, as to remember goose or garden, which had to stay longer in short-term memory before being replaced. Evidently, how long a word stays in short-term memory has little to do with whether it moves into long-term memory. Other types of memory. Theorists divide long-term memory into at least 3 parts: episodic memory, semantic memory and procedural memory. Episodic memory. It contains images of experiences organized by when and where they happen. For example, answer this question. In the house in which you lived as a child, when you entered your bedroom, was then head of your bed to the right, left, away from or pointed towards you? If you are like most people, you answered this question by imagining the bedroom and seeing where the head of the bed was. Now consider the question. What did you do on the night of your senior prom or dance? Most people answer this question by imagining themselves back on that night and describing the events. Finally, suppose you are asked to recall the names of your high school classmates. One psychologist asked graduate students to come to a specific place for 1 hour a day and try to remember the names. Over the course of a month, the students continued to recall new names. Interestingly, they used space and time cues, which are associated with episodic memory, to imagine incidents that allowed them to recall the names. For example, they might recall the day their social studies teacher came to school dressed as an Arctic explorer and then mentally scan the faces of the students who were there. These demonstrations indicate that images are important in episodic memory and that cues related to space and time help us retrieve information from this part of memory. You probably have taken an exam and said to yourself, I should know this answer. I remember reading this section. It was right on the bottom left corner of the page with the diagram in the upper right. Research has confirmed that people can often remember where information was on the page even if they can't remember the information itself. By Rothkopf in 1970. Episodic memories are often difficult to retrieve because most episodes in our lives are repeated so often that later episodes get mixed up in memory with earlier ones, unless something happens during the episode to make it especially remember. For example, few people remember what they had for lunch at the moment they hears about the Challenger disaster on when John F. Kennedy or Martin Luther King Jr. was shot, or at the moment they received a proposal of marriage may well remember. Semantic memory. It helps in storing as well as retrieving a collection of relationships between events or association of ideas. Examples of such
This serenity forms the background of life on Earth. The sustenance of life depends very much on the biodiversity found in pristine forests that act as a force of ecological balance. This balance is being increasingly tampered with, pushing a variety of rare fauna and flora to the very brink of extinction. The case of forests in the Western Ghats in Kerala is no different. Overexploitation has already laid barren large tracts of prime forests, destroying a variety of plant species that are of immense value to human life. Preservation of the flora of these forests has been a mission with some individuals. E.M. Matthew, popularly known as Appachan, is one such person. Appachan's 2-acre farm in Kattappana in the Idukki district of central Kerala is a cradle for hundreds of rare and valuable medicinal plants. He has been passionately involved in the collection and preservation of herbs for the last 4 decades.
ഔഷധസസ്യങ്ങളുടെ കലവറ എന്ന് പറയപ്പെടുന്ന കേരളത്തിലെ ഔഷധസസ്യങ്ങൾ നാട്ടിൻപുറങ്ങൾ റബ്ബർ തോട്ടങ്ങൾ കയ്യേറുകയും ഹൈറേഞ്ച് മേഖലകൾ കൃഷിഭൂമിയാവുകയും ചെയ്തപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും ദുർലഭമായി തുടങ്ങി. അതിനെ തിരിച്ചറിയാവുന്ന ആൾക്കാരില്ലാത്ത അവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് എത്തി. അപ്പോൾ കഴിയുന്നതും ഔഷധസസ്യങ്ങൾ ശേഖരിച്ച് തിരിച്ചറിഞ്ഞ് അതിനെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുക എന്നുള്ള ഒരു തീരുമാനത്തിലെത്തുകയും കൂടുതൽ പ്രദേശങ്ങളിൽ നടന്ന് കിട്ടാവുന്നത്ര ഔഷധസസ്യങ്ങൾ ശേഖരിച്ച് ഞാനിവിടെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു 3000-ഓളം ഔഷധസസ്യങ്ങൾ എൻ്റെ കളക്ഷനിലുണ്ട്.
Large-scale replacement of forests with plantation crops on the hill ranges, as many believe, is bound to upset the ecological balance. But the plantations do provide employment to many a migrant worker. Matthew too had migrated in the early 60s to work in one such rubber estate. Being a hard worker, in time he acquired a piece of land and began developing it. Soon, he realized that raising of plantation crops eventually led to the destruction of many a plant species that were of immense medicinal value. This realization made him take to the study of herbs in their natural habitat and to preserve them in his farm. After 4 decades, his farm now is a large nursery to a variety of plant species and is patronized by farmers in the Kattappana region. Besides ornamental plants, his nursery has a large collection of vegetable plant saplings and popular fruit trees. Not surprisingly, Appachan is today called the lover of plants. Saplings of cash crops such as clove, cardamom and pepper that are on great demand provide him a steady income. The pride of his collection, however, is an array of medicinal plants collected from far and wide.
ഭാരതത്തിലെ ഋഷീശ്വരന്മാർ നമുക്ക് നൽകിയിരുന്ന അറിവുകൾ വിനിയോഗിക്കപ്പെടാതെ ഇന്ന് ഗ്രന്ഥങ്ങളിൽ മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്നൊരവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിന് മാറ്റം വരുത്തി നമ്മളുടെ തനത് ചികിത്സാ സമ്പ്രദായം ആയുർവേദം ജനങ്ങൾ ശരിയാവണ്ണം ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെന്നും ദോഷരഹിതമായ ഒരു ചികിത്സാ സമ്പ്രദായമുണ്ടല്ലോ അത് ശരിയാവണ്ണം ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെന്നും ഈ പാശ്ചാത്യ അനുകരണം ഒഴിവാക്കണമെന്നും ഉള്ളൊരു അഭിപ്രായം.
Ayurveda, the all-encompassing healthcare system, is heavily dependent upon the plant species. It is the extracts from these plants that go into the making of Ayurvedic medicines for preventive and curative purposes. Appachan's collection of medicinal plants consists of Dasha Pushpam, a group of 10 plants that are used either individually or collectively in the preparation of most Ayurvedic medicines. The 10 plants are Emilia sonquifolia, Ipomia marginata, Vernonia cinerea, Curculigo orchioides, Evolvulus alsinoides, Cardiospermum helicacobum, Biophytum reinwarti, Aerva lanata, Eclipta prostrata, and Cynodon dactylon. Appachan's passion for medicinal herbs has aroused the curiosity of the children. Here he is helping them distinguish two plants that look alike. This one is Phyllanthus amarus, a herb that has fruits beneath the leaves. And this, Phyllanthus tenuis, is a weed. Its fruits jet above the leaves. Appachan has a good collection of plants belonging to the aloe species. One of them, Aloe barbadens, is now found to have the powers to cure cancer. Adding variety to his collection are plants with curious features. Here is one such plant, the Desmodium motorium. It folds and unfolds its leaves continuously throughout the day. Plants belonging to the banyan family are yet another attraction in Appachan's nursery. In Ayurveda, these are collectively known as Nalpamadam. This is Ficus racemosa. And this is Ficus gibbosa. This is known as Ficus religiosa. And this, Ficus bengalensis. Appachan's varied collection is the result of decades of committed labor. Even today, he traverses the forests and the hilly terrain in search of medicinal plants. Often his younger son Soji accompanies him. Inside the forests, they have stumbled upon Ravolfia serpentina, a herb useful in regulating blood pressure. He has travelled the length and breadth of the country in order to collect these medicinal plants. Close to a dam site, the father-son duo have chanced upon another herb, Heliotropium indica. The collected plants are carefully carried to his farmhouse called Aushad. The family lends him a helping hand in introducing them into his nursery. The collection is carefully potted. To ensure their full growth, he uses organic manure. The collection is then transferred into the medicinal plant section of his nursery. Every care is taken to make sure that these valuable medicinal plants grow to their fullest natural potential. Through such efforts, Appachan has raised a nursery of many rare and endangered plant species such as Trichopus zeylanicus, the wonder herb of a tribe of Agasthyarkudam, used as an anti-fatigue and immunity-enhancing medicine. Another is Janakiya Arael Patra, which has the potential to fight cancer. Acorus calamus is used to treat bronchitis and to enhance memory. This is Eupatorium triplinum. It is used to treat ulcers. Here is Alstonia venenata that is used in Ayurveda to fight snake poison. Gymnema sylvestre is yet another herb in Apachan's collection used to overcome diabetic problems. Attending to such a large and diverse collection of plants in his nursery takes away all his time, but he considers it as time well spent. His selfless involvement in this venture has of course helped spread the noble message of preserving and protecting medicinal plants. But he has more work to do to record his deep knowledge of medicinal plants and publish a treatise in Malayalam. That he has not finished his school education is no handicap to Apachan in working on his treatise. This work, in which he is now engrossed, will certainly be of value for generations to come.
Welcome friends to a new session in Library and Information Science, the principle of facet sequence and postulates. The postulational approach is an indispensable condition for the success of any scientific theory or process. The design and development of any faceted scheme for classification should be based on some sound set of postulates and principles. There is a need for formulating postulates explicitly by each school of thought in classification. Ranganathan's principles and postulates approach of fundamental categories have proved extremely efficient and helpful in determining the sequence of the facets in a compound subject at the time of classification. Perhaps it was the first example of the application of categories of terms. The helpfulness of this approach was emphasized in as early as 1957 at the Dorking Conference. According to Ranganathan, a postulate is a statement about which we cannot use either of the epithets right or wrong. We can only speak of a set of postulates as helpful or unhelpful. In the first two editions of column classification, space and time isolates are used distinctly and other isolates are used on the basis of their respective basic subjects and their problems. In 1944, Ranganathan postulated 5 fundamental categories to be used in library classification. In the 4th edition of column classification, there was concrete use of the concept of fundamental categories with different indicator digits such as comma, semicolon, colon, dot, etc., which are prescribed for facets of different categories. The 2nd edition of prolegomena library classification postulated 5 fundamental categories and used a number of postulates and principles which helps the sequencing of facets in a compound or complex subject. The formulation of postulates is guided more by intuition and logical inference at the unconscious level. Its most important achievement is that classification of a subject on the basis of the postulates and principles is done without any predetermined idea about the facets it should or should not have, or about their number, or about their sequence. Postulate of fundamental categories. From 1955 onwards, in his prolegomena to library classification, Ranganathan used a set of postulates and principles which helps in designing and developing a classification scheme and brings objectivity in the study and practice of this discipline. It also puts the study and practice of library classification on a scientific basis. It makes the practical classification easier and more interesting. Ranganathan's postulates which provide a useful tool for a classifier, which are postulates for freely faceted classification. A freely faceted classification is based on postulates and principles, and there is no rigid predetermined facet formula for the compound subjects going with a basic subject. This kind of classification is also known as analytico-synthetic classification. Edition 4 1952 to edition 6 reprinted in 1963 with amendments of the column classification are examples of freely faceted classification. Postulates of fundamental categories. According to Ranganathan, there are 5 and only 5 fundamental categories, namely time, space, energy, matter and personality. They are assumed categories which are inherent in any subject. Each facet of a subject and each division of a facet may be regarded as a manifestation of one of the fundamental categories. The fundamental categories time and space are easily understood. Energy is little more difficult. Its manifestation is action of one kind or another. The action may be among and by all kinds of entities, inanimate, animate, conceptual, intellectual and intuitive. Matter is more difficult to identify than energy. It can manifest itself as material and property. The fundamental category personality is most difficult to identify. One can identify it by a method of residues. Postulates of basic facet. Every compound subject has a basic facet. That is, a compound subject consists of a basic subject and one or more isolated ideas as components. This basic subject may be implicit or explicit within the subject. For example, title Diagnosis of Disease. Here the basic subject is medicine, which is implicit in the title. History of chemistry. Here chemistry is the basic subject and which is explicit in the title. 4. Postulates of isolated facet. Each isolated facet of a compound subject can be deemed to be manifestation of one and only one of the 5 fundamental categories. Isolated ideas like time, space, energy and matter are easy to recognize, and the isolated idea which does not belong to these should be manifestation of personality. Example, treatment of disease of the rice plant in 1990 in West Bengal. Agriculture basic facet, treatment energy facet, disease matter facet, rice plant personality facet, 1990 time facet, West Bengal space facet. Postulates of rounds and levels. Concepts of rounds and levels were introduced consciously in the 4th edition of column classification. The postulates governing the rounds of manifestation and levels of manifestation are concerned with the cited order of facets. The postulates of rounds for energy, rounds for personality and matter, and rounds for space and time are based on the primary assumptions on which the 5 fundamental categories must be ordered in the sequence personality, matter, energy, space and time. The first manifestation of E ends that Ranganathan terms round 1 of the sequence. Personality, matter, energy. If any of these categories occurs a second time in the same subject, they would be placed in round 2. The categories space and time may appear only in round 2. The postulate of level stipulates that any of the categories personality, matter, energy, space, time may appear more than once in a single round. The first manifestation of a category within a round is set to level 1 and so forth. Example 1P1 round 1 level 1 personality facet, 2P1 round 2 level 1 personality facet, 2M2 round 2 level 2 matter facet, S2 level 2 space facet, T1 level 1 time facet. Postulates of facet sequence. When the various facets of a compound subject have been determined, the next step is to arrange them in a helpful sequence. The sequence of the different facets are determined by those following 2 postulates. The postulates of first facet. In a compound subject, the basic facet should be the first facet. Example, sociology in India. Here the sociology is the basic facet. India is the space facet. The postulates of concreteness. The 5 fundamental categories fall in the following sequence when arranged according to their decreasing concreteness: personality, matter, energy, space and time. The above 2 postulates give the following sequence: basic facet, personality, matter, energy, space and time. Example, let us consider the title Teaching of Chemistry in Secondary Schools in India. Its transformed skeleton is education basic facet, secondary schools 1P1, method of teaching 1M1, chemistry 1M2, India S1. The sequence of the facet is based on the postulate of concreteness. It is also expressed in order of increasing concreteness. According to Ranganathan, the decreasing concreteness inherent in the facet structure can also be looked upon as one in the decreasing sequence of the bond strength between the basic subject and the successive isolates. Thus, the bond strength of education is greatest with the secondary school. It is less with the method of teaching. The strength goes on decreasing so that bond strength of education with India is the least. The example illustrates the bond strengths between the basic subjects and the successive isolates. The postulate for facet sequence within a round. In any round of facets of a compound subject in which each of any of the fundamental categories personality, matter and energy occurs only once, their sequence should be personality facet, matter facet and energy facet. For example, diagnosis of disease in medicine. Here the sequence of the facet should be medicine basic facet, disease matter facet, diagnosis energy facet. Then the postulate of facet sequence within the last round. In the last round of facets of a compound subject in which each of the fundamental categories other than energy may occur and occurs only once, the sequence of the facet should be personality facet, matter facet, space facet and time facet. Energy does not occur in the last round and other fundamental categories occur only once. Example, improvement in sociology in India in this 20th century. Here the sequence of the facet should be sociology basic facet, improvement first round energy, India first round space, 20th century first round time. Then the postulate of a level cluster. Facets of different levels of the same fundamental category within a round of facets in a compound subject should be kept together. Example, rural sociology. Here the sequence of the facet should be sociology basic facet, rural, first round, first level personality. The 5 postulates mentioned above enable one to attain a helpful sequence of different facets that are present in a compound subject. Each postulate covers a particular aspect and do not conflict with other. All the above postulates place the work of a classifier as well as a classificationist on firm basis. It helps the classificationist on designing and developing a classification scheme. Postulates also acts as an useful tool to compare the efficiency of different classification schemes. Principles for facet sequence. At the time of determining the sequence of 2 or more isolate ideas of the same fundamental category, that is the sequence between 2 personality isolates or 2 matter isolates or 2 energy isolates or 2 space isolates or 2 time isolates, then the postulates are not able to help us. Thus, there is a need for guiding principle which should provide a solution to this problem. Ranganathan stated a number of principles of facet sequence which helps in determining the sequence of these isolate ideas. They are wall picture principle. Ranganathan formulated the wall picture principle in 1962. This principle is meant for the determination of a sequence between isolate ideas which are deemed a manifestation of the same fundamental category. According to the wall picture principle, if 2 facets A and B of a subject are such that the concept behind B will not be operative unless the concept behind A is considered, even as a mural picture is not possible unless the wall exists to draw upon, then facet A should precede the facet B. The wall picture principle has proved to be very successful for the purpose of determining the sequence of the facets. This principle can also be used for arranging characteristics. If the number of facets or characteristics to be arranged is large, then we can use group strategy. Within each group, we should apply wall picture principle. Example, in prevention of disease, the concept behind the term prevention is not operative unless the concept behind the term disease is not considered. Thus, according to this principle, we can express as disease then prevention. Example, Merchant of Venice by Shakespeare. The concept behind the name Merchant of Venice is not operative unless the concept behind Shakespeare is considered. Again, the term Shakespeare is not operative unless the concept hidden behind novel is accepted. Similarly, the concept novel is not operative unless the language in which the novel is written is ended. Thus, the concept English literature will come first. Therefore, the expressed skeleton form will be English literature, novel, Shakespeare, Merchant of Venice. In this example, the wall picture principle has enabled the determination of the respective level to which the concepts should be allocated. Whenever both wall picture principle and postulates are applicable, these give the same results. Then it is preferable to use the postulates. But postulates can determine the sequence of isolated ideas in a compound subject only in those cases where only one isolated idea is deemed as manifestation of a particular fundamental category. However, postulates are not helpful if there are two or more isolated ideas deemed to manifest the same fundamental category. It cannot determine the sequence between two personality isolates, two matter, two energy isolates, two space isolates, two time isolates. The principles determine the respective rounds and levels to which the concept should be assigned. Then second principle, the whole organ principle. According to this principle, if in a subject facet B is an organ of A, then A should precede B. Whole is applied to the universe of entities or to a typical entity of the universe of entities. Organ is the functional part of a typical entity of the universe of entities. Example, circulatory system of human body. Here, human body is one typical entity of the universe and circulatory system represent the functional organ. If we take the universe of human bodies, any one typical entity should be any part of the human body. The digestive system, respiratory organ, circulatory organ and so on represent the functional organs. In the universe of sovereign states, a typical entity of the universe would consist of any state. The head of the state, legislature, party and so on can all be considered structural organs. In judiciary of India, the facet judiciary is an organ of the facet India. Thus, it can be expressed in terms of skeleton form in the following way: India, judiciary. Then third one, Kaukav principle. According to this principle, if a facet A and another facet B belong to the same subject, are not to be separated, though they are distinct from each other and thus separable. A and B should be kept together in the same round. The principle emphasizes that the facets of the same subjects should be put together in the same round in the successive levels. Example, enforcement of constitution of local bodies in India. There are three facets: India, constitution and local bodies, which are not to be separated and put into different rounds. These facets should either be put in the first round before enforcement, an energy facet, or after it. Whenever they are included, they should be put in the same round. Then fourth principle, actant action actor tool principle. The actant action actor tool principle says that if in a subject facet B denotes action on facet A by facet C with facet D as the tool, then the four facets should be arranged in the sequence A, B, C and D. Example, machines silk spinning by youth. Machine is a tool, silk is actant, spinning is action and youth represent actor. Thus, when we transformed it in skeleton form, it can be expressed as silk, spinning, youth and machine. Commodity actant action actor tool principle. Ranganathan also formulated another principle called the principle of commodity raw material transformation transformer and tool. This can also be reworded as commodity actant action actor tool principle. According to this principle, if in a subject facet B denotes action on facet A by facet C with facet D as the tool resulting the facet E, then the four facets should be arranged in the sequence A, B, C, D and the resulting facet will come first. Example, cotton carpets spinning by women by charka. Here charka is a tool, cotton is actant, spinning is action, women is actor and resultant commodity is carpet. Thus, when we transformed it in skeleton form, it can be expressed as carpet, cotton, spinning, women and charka. In order to apply the postulational approach in the classification practice, one must have enough practice to recognize the fundamental categories, rounds and levels of facets, the formation of full name of a subject and its transformation according to the postulates and other steps associated with such an approach. Postulates for the idea plane have been used successfully in column classification to obtain the sequence of classes involved with the basic subject. The postulational approach is helpful to the classificationist as well as to the classifier. Postulates for the facet sequence and wall picture principle have proved extremely useful in determining the sequence of facets. The wall picture principle has been found to be more versatile. The classification schemes such as column classification, bibliographic classification, Dewey Decimal classification, universal decimal classification seems to have been designed on the basis of postulates for work at the idea plane. But these have adopted different sets of postulates for work at the notational plane. Then summary. In this unit, it is tried to explain Ranganathan's fundamental principles and postulates associated with the facet analysis and facet sequence and their application at the time of classification of the documents in a library. The postulates and principles help the sequencing of facets in a compound or complex subject. At the time of determining the sequence of two or more isolate ideas of the same fundamental category, that is the sequence between two personality isolates or two matter isolates or two energy isolates or two space isolates or two time isolates, then the postulates are not able to help us. Thus, there is a need for guiding principles which could provide a solution to this problem. For that, 5 principles of Ranganathan has been illustrated with examples. Now, let us have some assignments regarding these titles for the more understanding about the subject. 1. Take 10 complex subjects from the articles of a library science journal and analyze them into different facets and isolates and arrange them according to Ranganathan's principles and postulates. 2. Separate different facets in the following example according to Kaukav principle. Enforcement of construction of transformation wires in electrical engineering. 3. Separate different facets in the following example according to wall picture principle. Geetanjali by Rabindranath Tagore. 4. Separate different facets in the following example according to whole organ principle. Judiciary of India. 5. Separate different facets in the following example according to actant action actor tool principle. Strike by clerical staff in textile industries. For better understanding, we can have some references. 1. Prolegomena Library Classification by S.R. Ranganathan, published in 1967, 3rd edition, Bombay, Asia Publishing House. 2. Theory of Classification, 4th revised edition, by Krishan Kumar, published in 1996, published from New Delhi, Vikas Publishing House Private Limited. Energy Isolates and Property Isolates, Problem in Differentiation, DRTC Annual Seminar, by Neelamegan A. 4. Library and Information Society, by Bhuvaneshwar Chakrabarti, published in 1993, published from Calcutta by the World Press. You can also verify a website xa.yimg.com. I hope you have followed this session. Let's meet in another session with a new topic. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the program Interface. In today's program we have with us a very eminent personality from Denmark. She is Miss Lone Driknik Homfeldt from Aalborg University, Denmark. She was the ex-dean of the Faculty of Humanities at Aalborg University, and now she is a full professor at the research group e-learning lab at Aalborg University, Denmark. Lone, welcome to India, and it's really a pleasure to have you here. And
first of all, I would like to say thank you very much that you have invited me to participate in this program.
Maybe we can start a little bit talking about your, research background and research expertise.
Yes. My area of research is what we call information and communication technology and learning. And I primarily focus on how we can use the ICT, the information and communication technology, to enhance learning, to make learning better, to qualify learning processes. And I both work on how to do it in the classroom, but I'm also focusing very much on how to, develop what we in Denmark call network learning, but what in many places you will call it distance learning.
So what is the approach of network learning in Denmark?
Yeah.
Like how do you see network learning?
Yeah. I think I will start another place.
Yeah.
When you call it for distance learning, then you can see the word distance somehow connotate that there's a distance between the learner, there's a distance between the learner and the instructor or the supervisor, and there's maybe also a distance between the learner and the ones who have produced the material. When we talk about network learning, it is to stress that instead of focusing on the distance, we are focusing on how we can overcome the distance. And that is distances, physical distance, but it's also distance in time.
That's very interesting.
Okay.
Because in India we use the term mainly like distance learning. And in Denmark, do you have a difference between network learning and open learning? Like how?
Very often we combine network learning and open learning. But open learning can also be an institutional concept. And that means that it's a mean to get more people getting for instance, a higher education.
Okay.
And in that sense, we call it open learning. But you can also, from a pedagogical point of view, call it open learning. And then it means that the learner, they participate in establishing what to study, when to study, how to study.
Okay, exactly.
So in that sense, open learning and flexible learning, it merge together.
So what do you see the benefits of like what is the difference between, or maybe what value does a network learning or an open learning contribute when you look at a classroom learning, like where you have a face-to-face interaction with a teacher? So what exactly is the difference, or in what way does it add more value?
Yeah, well, I think we should look at classroom learning has some potential, something classroom learning is good at. At network learning is another approach to learning, and especially when we talk about, at least in a Danish context, when we talk about professionals, and they are in work and they are in special geographical situations and in specific family situations. Then building up network learning environments where you can study from home or from your workplace, of course, gives some possibilities. When we talk about classroom teaching, it's also important in the sense that you can do something else when you are in a classroom, when you are physical together. But it means that we should use our classroom teaching not for only giving lectures, but we should use the classroom facilities for really working together face to face when we ask people to come together in a classroom. So it somehow I try to say that with the network learning we can expand the classroom, and that means that we can get more easy access to people who are living in remote area. We can get more access to people who work, so they can participate in educational programs. So that is one of the possibilities.
So does e-learning lab?
Yes.
Or maybe more specifically, you can talk from an Aalborg University point of view. Do you have a kind of a model of how you do this, or how you develop, or how you deliver these online courses?
We have a model which very much is based on, and that's the institutional model for Aalborg University, and that is problem and project-based learning. And problem and project-based learning is really a learner-centered model where we ask the students to work on societal problems as a point of departure for their study programs. And based on these, it's kind of research projects that they do from the very beginning of the study. It has as a consequence that the student, they should be able to work together in groups, and it has also as a consequence that they should be supported by all the tools, the societal tools, which are available for studying. And that here ICT, information and communication technology, becomes a very important tool. So based on this model, we support this. We support the students with tools so they can collaborate. We don't focus so much as, for instance, here, where this center, which provide content. Instead, we are using the content which are already there in the libraries, in journals, etc. But we establish a virtual learning environment based on an ICT platform. And then we somehow give the students the tools so they can collaborate. And out of this grow a learning community. And in this learning community, the students, they support each other. And of course, they are also supervised by lectures. And all this are taking place in a network learning in an online environment,
Okay.
supported by
Yeah.
physical seminars.
It's really interesting to know, like you have this kind of a model, and do you think that these kinds of models can be implemented in India? And what do you feel could be the challenges if you want to adapt this kind of a model?
Somehow I see there are three dominant models. There is a very lecture-centered model, and there is a very student-centered model. In many places, when we talk about distance learning, we have chosen the lecture-based model. And then we use the ICT in order to support how we can distribute lectures around the globe.
Okay.
And of course this is very important in the sense that now I can somehow be distributed here in India, and you can come to learn about what we are doing in Denmark. So that is one model. But then the other model is this, we call it as a collaborative networked learning model. And this will more focus on putting the students in the center and then somehow build up the learning environment which can support from the student's point of view and strengthen the students' collaboration skills, communication skills, etc. They're independent working skills, so they can do kind of research project from the very beginning. And then we have this with the MOOCs, which is very interesting, the new concept of massive open online courses. Because in the sense, MOOCs, it really gives new opportunities for Emmrc, in the sense that everybody now can attend to highly qualified lectures, courses. I think from a pedagogical point of view, one of the issues which we have to focus on in the MOOCs, it is where we can combine the MOOCs with more collaborative approaches. Because from a learning point of view, we have ideas that the way learning is not something that you can pour into the head of the learner. Learning is something to be constructed. And it needs that we can sit together like we do together, or we can be in an online chat, and we can. So I think for MOOCs to be really a success, we really need to also focus on how we can combine this with the lecture model with more collaborative ideas. And I know a lot of MOOCs environment, they are looking into this, and we also at Aalborg University setting up a research project on MOOCs, and this research project is especially targeting how students from developing countries are using the MOOCs and what the benefits from the MOOCs, but also some of the pitfalls of the MOOCs. And the approach, which is in line with how we are working, would be a kind of ethnographic inspired research, where we will go very, not sit at the desk to try to understand this, but go out in the field to try to really find out how are people using the MOOCs.
That's interesting, actually. So what do you see any change in the role of a teacher in a university setting with all these online courses and
yes, for sure.
Yeah.
In the old lecture model and taking place in the classroom, here the teacher, the professor, is the one having the floor, the one presenting, translating all the knowledge, all the information. But today, while you are doing it, your students, they will check what is she saying. She will go to the internet and she will find out, okay, she has not found the latest information because she has been busy preparing herself, but in the meantime there has come new. So the role of the teacher is changing, and it's changing very fast, and the teacher is going to become a supervisor. The teacher is not only a facilitator. a teacher is still a person who has a certain knowledge about an area, and therefore the teacher, of course, still has to go in a communication with the students and to guide the students on how to deal with all the information they now can get at the internet, etc. But it's very important to have time to discuss with the students, so it becomes a kind of a mutual learning situation for both the students and the teacher.
Can you explain a little bit more about the whole model of how you do it exactly in Denmark? Or maybe you can, from an Aalborg University's point of view, maybe you can a little bit explain more about,
What I'm going to explain now is what we are going in what we call our professional masters.
Okay.
And that is master programs for professionals. And these are people who are full-time jobs.
Okay.
And they are situated around Denmark.
Okay.
But they can also, the program is offered in Danish. Okay. So in that sense, you need to be able to speak at least the Scandinavian languages. Okay. So the student will be from Denmark or from the other Scandinavian countries, or it could also be Danish people abroad.
Okay.
And I will talk about a specific program, and this program is called Master in ICT and Learning.
Okay.
Because this is, in fact, a program which could be expanded, you could say, globally. Because it is in itself a collaboration between 4 universities in Denmark.
Okay.
And so the universities, they are Aalborg University, it's Aarhus University, the Copenhagen Business School, and then it's Roskilde University.
Okay.
And because of the information and communication technology, because we can, design this learning environment to be in the virtual world, then you can see this model can somehow be expanded globally, because we could easily, not easily, but we could as well make collaboration between universities in India and in Denmark, maybe in other countries, and in order to set up new kind of programs where we work together and we build on the specific competence of the university which works together.
Okay.
When it comes to this model, we have exactly been building on the competence for each university. And then based on these competences within the academic field of ICT and learning, we have established this shared program.
Okay, so you have like these 4 universities will have some specific competences which they can contribute to this master's program.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And you can see from the student's point of view, instead of we create 4 more or less good master's programs competing against each other, it's much more worth when we work together.
Okay.
And in order to, how have we organized it? This, but I have to say it's a small scale model. We have 100 students. And I guess when we talk about programs here in India, you have maybe 100,000 students. So in that sense, if you scale up, you of course have to think about how to scale up in a way where you still can have this possibilities of focusing on the collaboration. But in a Danish setting, this program is organized through 4 physical seminars per year of 2 to 3 days, and the rest is taking part in the virtual environment. And in this virtual environment, then half the time they will use for somehow participating in lectures, and these lectures can come from all over the world. And then they will do some what we call coursework in order to get into the different disciplines. But the other half, 50% of the study time, they will used in these collaborative research projects. And then they will work together, the students, using tools like Moodle, Skype, and other collaborative tools to work together to do the project. And the role of the teacher, it will be, of course, to somehow organize the learning resources which the students are using. And also to give some presentations, some introductions, and most of all important, to be the supervisors in the project work. So this is our model. And because we are not, but we, in fact, I'm from a research perspective very interested in trying to scale up the model. To try to find out, when we do it in really huge groups of students, how can we somehow make this combination between the more traditional lecture-based and then the problem and project.
That's really interesting to know, and I think from what you're saying, maybe this model can be also used to scale up for connecting or maybe universities across the world or across the globe. Maybe is there a possibility?
I see two tendencies in the world. There is a tendency that the very big university or the universities at the high score in international reputation, that they somehow, if you use this distribution model, of course they can distribute all the content and everybody will be very happy to get access to that, and that's okay, a fine model. But on the other hand, I think for middle-sized universities, for strong research environment, because you can have a very strong research environment even you are not in one of these first-class ivory tower university. I think this idea of working together with colleagues, for instance, between for instance, if you take the women's studies at Kerala University, and if the women's studies at Kerala University, they work together with e-learning lab at Aalborg University, then we work together in this kind of environment to set up a program for specific target group on ICT and learning, for instance, for ICT and learning and women. And we can somehow easily do it. Because here in India, you have all the, you are number one in the world, in fact, when it comes to the price of connections.
Exactly.
So you have good conditions.
Affordability.
For this. And I think this is, connection through the internet is a prerequisite for this. But then when we have this, I think we have new possibilities to establish this collaborations
across the globe. That's very interesting to know. And it was really nice talking to you. And it was really interesting to have the conversation about how e-learning or network learning is done in Denmark. And it was a pleasure to have you in the Interface program.
Thank you
so much.
Hello, welcome to the third session in the series of ancient art. Now we will discuss Egyptian art. Egyptian art marks a new beginning. but in history there hardly appears anything entirely new. One epoch in history, due to various factors, gives way to another. The succeeding epoch takes within it many things from the previous one and adds to it many more things of its own, which makes itself a distinct one from the past and future as well. However, due to the absence of historical evidence, we fail to reconstruct the transitional phase from the Neolithic past to the historical present of the Egyptian art and culture. The battle scenes depicted in the Spanish-Iberian Levant rock paintings of the Mesolithic provides certain clue to later developments which culminated in the Egyptian civilization. Battle as a theme and dynamic movement as its features, the Mesolithic paintings not only express a new approach to art, but also a fact that the life was ridden with conflict either within or between clans or tribes. Conflict begins to emerge. At the same moment, life begins to have an organized structure. Shortage of food in one group and its excess accumulation in another must have been sufficient reason for robbery, which made it inevitable to develop warfare on the one hand, and on the other, fortification for a stronger and larger social unit than loosely gathered group in the past. The fortification at the Neolithic site of Jericho near Jerusalem bears a testimony to this historical evolution. Robbery and conflicts continued incessantly, and it arose on a larger scale as a chief threat to the life in the river valleys of the Nile, Euphrates and Tigris. Endless conflicts in all these places mounted tremendous pressure to form a well-knit social organization unprecedented in history. Egyptian civilization represents the culmination of this process in its social, political, religious and military order with its imposing architectural fortifications. Origin of Egyptian art is traceable to Chalcolithic period, which in Egypt is around 4000 BC. An independent artwork hardly hails from this period but utensils and ceramics. Their shapes and decorations provide us with the historical evidence of the fact that the Egyptian culture had expressed artistic urge from the very beginning. The earliest are flint objects of arrowheads, knives, club heads, axes and saws. There are also seen ceramics of this period in different form and shape made without the help of potter's wheel. They are decorated with incised drawings of hippopotamus, lion and snakes. They are brilliantly rendered with a few lines. Geometric abstraction painted in white or off-white on polished red clay is also an important group of motifs in this period, which can be presumed to be the continuation of the Neolithic expression. Later, boats, ostrich, flamingos and animals are added to the repertoire of motifs. However, no large-scale painting has come down to us from this period. The earliest example is a fragment of a wall painting in the Hierakonpolis temple of 3200 BC. It portrays fighting scenes between black and white bodied figures which seem to reflect local wars or raids. Perhaps it suggests a series of wars out of which there emerged two rival kingdoms, Upper and Lower Egypt. The king of Upper Egypt, Narmer, also known as Menes, conquered the Lower Egypt and united the two realms of rule into one. One of the earliest full-blown artistic expressions of the Egyptian art took shape to commemorate Narmer's unification as found in the Narmer Palette. Hailing from Hierakonpolis, the 25-inch high Narmer Palette was basically a votive offering made of slate. Its narrative content seems to celebrate the victory over the Lower Egypt. Its figuration in the very first glance appears conspicuously different from the primitive like Polis wall painting. It should also be noted that the style of presentation of human figures in the Narmer palette continues in the succeeding period for thousands of years without discernible changes, which is something very surprising to know. With considerable precision, the meaning and content of representation in Egyptian art is readable, because unlike prehistoric art, Egyptian art with its visual articulation provides definite messages conveyed through disciplined orderliness of the design. Let us first read the scenes on both sides of the Narmer palette. Identified by name on the top box, Narmer in the palette seizes a war prisoner by the hair and is about to kill him with his mace. Two more defeated prisoners or enemies are placed in the bottom register. Facing the king in the upper right, there appears a bit of picture writing. A falcon standing above a cluster of papyrus plants is holding a hook attached to a human head. These images are in fact meant to repeat in symbolic form what is explicitly conveyed through Narmer's killing act. The head and papyrus plants stand for Lower Egypt, while the falcon is Horus, the local god of Upper Egypt, appears victorious over Lower Egypt. Therefore, falcon as Horus represents Narmer and his victory. Further, it is interesting to note that Narmer's palette may not be taken for the real fight, because the enemy is already conquered and the slaying as represented in the palette is about a ritual performed after conquest. It is evident from the fact that to sanctify his ritual act, Narmer has removed his sandals and the court official behind him carries them. We can see the same details reappear on the other side of the palette as well. It clearly indicates that the slayer is performing a ritual killing by standing on holy ground. The reverse of the palette shows the barefooted king marches in solemn procession to inspect the decapitated bodies of prisoners lying in the extreme end. Here too, we can see the heroic deed of the king reappears, but again in symbolic terms. The bottom register represents Narmer as a mighty bull trampling an enemy and knocking down a citadel. The symbolic meaning becomes clearer if we note the fact that a bull's tail hanging down from his belt is shown in both images of Narmer, and it was to remain a part of pharaonic ceremonial garb for the next 3000 years. However, we fail to decode specific meaning associated with the central figures of the long-necked animals and their attendants, which no longer reappears in Egyptian art henceforth. However, if we keep a close eye on the decorative animal motifs of the small votive palettes preceding the Narmers, we would be able to infer certain meaning of the long-necked animals. The tradition of a magical animal was in vogue in the late prehistory. The magical animal came to be identified with the symbol of totemic clan. Egypt remained faithful to the totemic worship of magical animal, as it adumbrates in its cult of Apis the bull, Hathor the cow, Horus the falcon, etc. Moreover, as René Hughes says, these animals, evocative of the earliest political divisions of the norms, are sometimes depicted fighting. Then they give permanence pictorially to the memory of rivalries and primitive combats. Thus, animal magic and visual narratives are combined in both works, which mark the starting point of Egyptian art. The long-necked animal motif in the Narmer palette expresses its much more refined and organized presentation, in which decorative aspect gains upper hand. Further, it is interesting to note that the prehistoric composition of various animals put indiscriminatively together gradually gave way to organized and balanced composition with horizontal, vertical and symmetrical arrangement of motifs. The fresco at Hierakonpolis mentioned before is having depiction of a more or less symmetrical arrangement of two animals standing face to face at hind legs with a man between them. Their symmetry having striking resemblance with the long-necked animal motifs also helps us to trace to some extent the transformation of animal representation from prehistoric to the time of Narmer palette. Canon of human form in Egyptian art. After the unification, art became a powerful instrument of propaganda. Paintings and sculptures were in greater demand to glorify the ruler and his close associations with gods. Through the consistent construction of images, Egyptian art evolved into a culmination 3 centuries after the Narmer palette. Works of art by now became more legible and communicative as a result of the more orderly pictorial organization. From the tomb of Hesi-Ra, a high official of the king, Soser of the 3rd dynasty, comes the masterly wooden relief showing the deceased with the emblems of his rank. We can see that 3 centuries time span did not change much the stylization of the human figures from the Narmer palette to that of Hesi-Ra relief. The view of the figure Hesi-Ra corresponds exactly to that of the Narmer palette. But unlike in the Narmer's figure, the proportions in the Hesi-Ra are much more balanced and detail of the body manifests the artist's keen observation of anatomical detail and technical proficiency. This style was gelled into distinctive characters of the Egyptian art in the Old Kingdom. To take another example, there is a painted limestone relief of around 2400 BC hailing from the tomb of Thi at Saqqara. Thi was an architectural overseer. He is shown watching a hippopotamus hunt. The whole hunting scene is set against a background of papyrus thicket. Stems of the papyrus appears in abundance but in regular rippling pattern that extends in the top zone into agitated scenes of nesting birds threatened by predatory animals. Equally agitated a scene is visible in the water in the bottom in which struggling hippopotamuses and fish are huddled. All these along with the hunters are full of action, but Thi alone stands immovable and undisturbed as if he is not part of the scene. He towers above the other men by his sheer size. Size corresponds to the importance of personality. His passive pose is an important hallmark of the representations of the deceased in all such scenes from the Old Kingdom. In all these instances, and in many reliefs and paintings of a later period, the most striking feature is the obvious deviation from the realistic mode of representation. The artist transformed the human body in a particular fashion. He reordered it in order to make it convenient to transpose the three-dimensional body onto two-dimensional surface of the painting or relief. Let us see first what alterations he had made in his reordering. The human body is represented in dual perspective. The head is invariably shown in profile, while the eye and torso are in frontal view. Again, legs and feet are shown in profile as seen from inside. The two hands fully visible are shown always with 5 fingers each, which are not followed in the treatment of feet. In female figures, the breasts are seen in profile against the frontal view of the chest. When the artist was free to choose the direction of the figure, he always preferred the figure to be sitting or striding towards the right. If every figure in every scene looks exact in physiognomic details, that is so because the Egyptian artist strictly followed a set of rules or canon for the construction of images. According to that canon, a standing figure was divided into 18 equal units. A 19th one was reserved for the hair. The distance from hairline to neck was measured by 2 units, from neck to knees 10 units, and from knees to soles of the feet 6 units. A seated figure required only 15 units. This system of proportion was in use for thousands of years, but the units were increased to 21 and 1/4 by 7th century BC onwards. Diodorus Siculus in 1st century BC speaks of 2 Greek sculptors of the 6th century BC who collaborated on a statue, each executing one half. They followed the rule then current in Egypt of dividing the human figure into 21 and 1/4 parts. When each had completed his share of the work, the 2 halves fitted perfectly. Whether this description refers to a real event or not, it accounts for artistic practices based on mathematical precision and its infallibility. The proportions laid down by the canon, says Kazimierz Michalowski, were so exact that, in theory, there could be no error in reproducing a figure if the model on a papyrus sheet or a stone slab were followed. These models, the earliest of which may have been developed in the artistic workshops of Memphis when it was the capital, were circulated to all provincial centers of government and religion and were faithfully followed whenever temples or tombs were to be decorated with paintings or reliefs. The same canon and attitude was followed in the round and freestanding sculptures. The Egyptian sculptor thereby was able to execute a figure being devoid of a defect, how large its size might be. Whatever the precision and perfection of the figures might be, it would be curious to dwell upon the rationale which led the Egyptian artist to derive at such style and its perpetuation for thousands of years. We can see first of all that the three-dimensional aspect of the object or human figure is strictly reduced to the two-dimensional of the picture surface, and through which the flatness of the image is stressed. Light and shade or shadow is completely renounced. The artist must have been carried away by the idea that the attempts to deceive the spectator through rendering lifelikeness to the figure contained an element of vulgarity, and deviation from the real would lend his image more refined, a quality that art strove for. Incidentally, this formal reordering helps him to present the figures with maximum clarity and simplicity. For that matter, he gives of perspective, foreshortenings, and overlapping of the figures or limbs one behind another. In other words, each part of the body, be it of human, animal, or bird, was represented from a particular angle which gives maximum visual impression of it, and combined them together into a single whole. Different parts with different angles turned the figure to be incoherent and contradictory. The Egyptian artist thus could not free himself from the conceptual realism of the Paleolithic art, in which similar method was adopted. Of the canons of Egyptian art, the most striking and conspicuous is the frontality of the figures. Irrespective of the postures and gestures, the figure is more often shown with the emphasis on the frontal part of the torso. The whole chest is turned to the spectator so that the upper part of the body can be vertically divided into two equal halves. This approach makes itself possible to offer the body in full view with the clearest and simplest form by avoiding confusion or concealment which in an accidental angle may occur. What we see here is an expression of a fundamental logic of representation that existed in the early phase of old artistic tradition, and it still exists in many folk tribal art forms. Accordingly, the body is to be depicted frontally while the head is in profile. This arbitrary arrangement goes more in conformity with logic than with visual appearance of the body. It is more faithful to the idea of an object, here it is body, than with the visual appearance seen from a particular angle. This systematic application of the idea of an object in a reproducible form is called conceptual realism, which is far different from our modern mimetic realism. As we have seen, the Paleolithic paintings of animals bring us the first expression of the conceptual realism. Lack of technical skill in rendering human body in different angle may not be the reason for employing the frontality, because in many instances figures are shown in various angles with convincing realism, especially in the figures of common folk engaged in various works. Moreover, even in certain periods in which canon was not strictly imposed, the representations remain embedded with the technique of frontality, but invariably with the kings. Considering these factors, Arnold Hauser observes, in the frontal representation of the human figures, the forward turning of the upper part of the body is the expression of a definite and direct relationship to the onlooker. Paleolithic art, in which no kind of notice is taken of the public, also knows nothing of frontality. Egyptian art, on the other hand, makes a direct approach to the respective subject. It is an art which both demands and shows public respect. Its approach to the beholder is an act of reverence. All courtly and courteous art, intent on bestowing fame and praise, contains an element of the principle of frontality, of confronting the onlooker. This becomes more meaningful when we take into account another fact, that Egyptian art strictly followed certain rules. Accordingly, gods and pharaohs are always segregated from others by easily identifiable poses and expressions. They are mostly represented striding or seated in the formal poses they assumed during their rare public appearances. High-ranking officials are also shown in striding and seated poses, but in a different way. Their body is not idealized, emphasizing the layers of fat on the body. They are treated more in realistic terms, and the lesser dignitaries were frequently shown with sagging flesh, prominent bellies and thick legs, but in a dignified hierarchic posture, carrying a staff. The well-known wood sculpture of a village mayor, the Sheikh el-Belid, vividly exemplifies all these features. The discussion on Egyptian art cannot be confined to single session, so we will continue the discussion in the next. Still, we will have a few words on what we have discussed so far. Egyptian arts starting from 3200 BC marks a new beginning with clearly readable images and figurative style. The style and narrativity continues for coming thousands of years. The invariable style was rooted in these strictly prescribed canons of human forms. The canon was formed with the idea of representing an object or body with maximum clarity. Therefore, the frontal views of the body is mostly applied, with the heads and legs are in profile views. The same canon to some extent bears the influence of the Paleolithic idea of representation. The canon in certain cases was also let loose, especially in the case of common folk.
and welcome to the session on Carl Jung's analytic theory. The structure of personality. For 60 years, Carl Jung devoted himself with great energy and with a singularity of purpose to analyze the far-flung and deep-lying processes of human personality. His writings are voluminous and the extent of his influence is incalculable. He is known not only to psychologists and psychiatrists but also to the educated people in all walks of life. Considering his structure of personality, the total personality or psyche, as it is called by Jung, consists of a number of differentiated elements by interacting systems. The principal ones are the ego, the personal unconscious and its complexes, and the collective unconscious and its archetypes, the persona, the anima and the animus, and the shadow. In addition to these, there are the attitudes, functions of thinking and the self. Ego. The ego is the conscious mind. It is made up of conscious perceptions, memories, thoughts and feelings. The ego is responsible for one's feelings of identity and continuity. The personal unconscious. It is a region adjoining the ego. It consists of experiences that were once conscious but that have been repressed, suppressed, forgotten or ignored, and of experiences that were too weak in the first make a conscious impression upon the person. The contents of the personal unconscious are accessible to consciousness, and there is a great flow of two-way traffic between the personal unconscious and the ego. A complex is an organized group or constellation of feelings, thoughts, perceptions and memories that exist in the personal unconscious. The collective or transpersonal unconscious. It is one of the most original and controversial features of Jung's personality theory. It is a storehouse of latent memory traces inherited from one's ancestral past, a past that includes not only the racial history of humans as a separate species but also their pre-human or animal ancestry as well. The collective unconscious is a psychic residue of human evolutionary development. It is almost entirely detached from anything personal in the life of an individual, and it is seemingly universal. All human beings have more or less the same collective unconscious. Archetypes. The structural components of the collective unconscious are called by various names: archetypes, dominants, primordial images, mythological images and behavior patterns. An archetype is a universal thought from creates images or vision that corresponds in normal waking life to some aspect of the conscious situation. For example, the archetype of the mother produces an image of a mother figure that is then identified with the actual mother. In other words, the baby inherits a profound conception of a generic mother that determines in part how the baby will perceive its mother. The archetype is a permanent deposit in the mind of an experience that has been constantly repeated for many generations. For instance, countless generations have seen the sun make its daily excursion from one horizon to the other. The repetition of this impressive experience eventually became fixed in the collective unconscious as an archetype of sun god, the powerful, dominating, light-giving, heavenly body that humans defied and worshipped. Archetypes function as highly charged autonomous centers of energy that tend to produce in each generation the repetition and elaborations of these same experiences. Archetypes are not necessarily isolated from one another in the collective unconscious. They interpenetrate and interfuse with one another. Myths, dreams, visions, rituals, neurotic and psychotic symptoms and works of art contain a great deal of archetypal materials and constitute the best source of knowledge regarding archetypes. There are presumed to be many archetypes in the collective unconscious. Some of the ones that have been identified are archetypes of birth, rebirth, death, power, magic, unity, the hero, the child, God, the demon, the old wise man, the earth mother, and the animal. Although all archetypes may be thought of as autonomous dynamic systems that can become relatively independent of the rest of the personality, some archetypes are treated as separate systems within personality. These are persona, the anima, and the animus and shadow. The persona. The persona is a mask adopted by the person in response to the demands of social conventions and traditions and to his or her own inner archetypal needs. It is a role assigned to one by the society, the part that society expects one to play in life. The persona is the public personality, those aspects one displays to the world or that public opinion fastens on the individual as contrasted with the private personality that exists behind the social facade. The anima and the animus. It's fairly well accepted that a human is essentially a bisexual animal. On a physiological level, the male secretes both male and female sex hormones as does the female. On the psychological level, masculine and feminine characteristics are found in both sexes. Jung ascribed the feminine side of the man's personality and the masculine side of woman's personality to archetypes. The feminine archetype in man is called the anima and the masculine archetype in woman is called the animus. Man apprehends the nature of woman by virtue of his anima and woman apprehends the nature of man by virtue of her animus. The shadow. The shadow archetype consists of the animal instincts that humans inherited in their evolutions from lower forms of life. Consequently, the shadow typifies the animal side of human nature. As an archetype, the shadow is responsible for our conception of original sin. When it is projected outward, it becomes the devil or an enemy. The shadow archetype is also responsible for the appearance in consciousness and behavior of unpleasant and socially reprehensible thoughts, feelings, and actions. Then, these may either be hidden from public view by the persona or repressed into personal unconscious. Thus, the shadow side of personality, which owes its origin to an archetype, permeates the private aspects of the ego and a large part of the content of the personal unconscious as well. The shadow, with vital and passionate animal instincts, gives a full body or three-dimensional quality to the personality. It helps to round out the whole person. The self. The self is the midpoint of personality, around which all the other systems are constellated. It holds these systems together and provides the personality with unity, equilibrium, and stability. The self is life's goal, a goal that people constantly strive for but rarely reach. Like all archetypes, it motivates human behavior and causes one to search for wholeness, especially through the avenues provided by religion. Before a self can emerge, it is necessary for the various components of the personality to become fully developed and individuated. For this reason, the archetype of the self does not become evident until the person has reached the middle age. At this time, he or she begins to make a series of efforts to change the center of personality from the conscious ego to one that is midway between consciousness and unconsciousness. This midway region is the province of the self. The concept of the self is probably Jung's most important psychological discovery and represents the culmination of his intensive studies of archetypes. The attitudes. Jung distinguished two major attitudes or orientations of personality, the attitude of extraversion and the attitude of introversion. The extroverted attitude orients the person toward the external objective world. The introverted attitude orients the person towards the inner subjective world. These two opposing attitudes are both present in the personality, but ordinarily one of them is dominant and conscious while the other is subordinate and unconscious. The dynamics of personality. Jung conceived of the personality or psyche as being a partially closed energy system. The energy by which the work of the personality is performed is called psychic energy. Psychic energy is a manifestation of life energy, that is the energy of the organism as biological system. Jung's term for life energy is libido, but he also used libido interchangeably with psychic energy. Psychic energy is a hypothetical construct. It is not a concrete substance or phenomenon. Consequently, it cannot be measured or sensed. Psychic energy finds concrete expression in the form of actual or potential forces. Wishing, willing, feeling, attending and striving are examples of actual forces in the personality. Dispositions, aptitudes, tendencies, inclinations and attitudes are examples of potential forces. Psychic values. The amount of psychic energy invested in an element of the personality is called the value of that element. Value is a measure of intensity. The absolute value, idea or feeling cannot be determined, but its relative value can be. The determination of unconscious values can be done by evaluating the constellating power of the nuclear element of a complex. The constellating power of a complex consists of the number of groups of items that are brought into association by the nuclear element of the complex. Jung discusses three methods of assessing the constellating power of a nuclear element. 1. Direct observation plus analytic deductions. 2. Complex indicators. And 3. The intensity of emotional expression. The principle of equivalence. Jung based his view of psychodynamics upon two fundamental principles. The principle of equivalence states that if energy is expended in bringing about a certain condition, the amount expended will appear elsewhere in the system. The principle states that if a particular value weakens or disappears, the sum of energy represented by the value will not be lost from the psyche but will reappear in a new value. The lowering of one value inevitably means the raising of another value. In terms of the functioning of the total personality, the principle of equivalence states that if energy is removed from one system, for example, the ego, it will appear in some other system, perhaps the persona. Or if more and more values are expressed into the shadow side of personality, it will grow strong at the expense of other personality structures. The principle of entropy. This principle is adapted by Jung to describe personality dynamics. It states that the distribution of energy in the psyche seeks an equilibrium or balance. This ideal state in which the total energy is evenly distributed throughout the various fully developed system is a self. When Jung asserted that self-realization is the goal of psychic development, he meant, among other things, that the dynamics of personality move toward a perfect equilibrium of forces. The use of energy. The total psychic energy available to the personality is used for two general purposes. Some of it is expended in performing work that is necessary for the maintenance of life and for the propagations of the species. There are the inborn instinctive functions as exemplified by hunger and sex. They operate according to natural biological laws. Any energy in excess of that needed by the instincts may be employed in cultural and spiritual activities. According to Jung, these activities constitute the more highly developed purposes of life. As a person becomes more efficient in satisfying his or her biological needs, more energy becomes available for the pursuit of cultural interest. Moreover, as the aging body makes fewer demands on energy, more energy is available for psychic activities. The development of personality. The most salient feature of Jung's theory of personality is the emphasis that he placed upon the forward-going character of personality development. Jung believed that humans are constantly progressing or attempting to progress from a less complete stage of development to a more complete one. He also believed that humankind as a species is constantly evolving more differentiated forms of existence. The ultimate developmental goal towards which people strive is summed up by the term self-realization. Self-realization means the fullest, most complete differentiation and harmonious blending of all aspects of human's personality. It means that the psyche has evolved a new center, the self, that takes the place of the old center, the ego. All of evolution, as it manifests itself in psychic development from the first primitive organisms to the appearance of humans, is a parade of progress. Progress did not stop with the creations of humans, just as humans represent in advance over all other species of animal, so do civilized humans represent an improvement over primitive humans. Even civilized humans still have far to go before they will reach the end of evolutionary journey. It was the future of humans that Jung found so interesting and challenging, and about which he had so much to say in his extensive writings. Stages of development. Jung described 4 general developmental stages. We will not present the last stage, old age, because Jung regarded it as a period of relative unimportance when the old persons gradually sink into the unconscious. A. Childhood. The child's life is determined by instinctual activities necessary for survival. Behavior during childhood is also governed by parental demands. The emotional problems experienced by a young child generally reflect disturbing influences in the home. In sharp contrast to Freud, Jung did not emphasize the determining power of childhood for subsequent behavior. Young adulthood. Puberty serves as a psyche birth for the personality. Not only does sexuality emerge, but the child becomes differentiated from his or her parents. The adolescent must learn to confront the world and to prepare for life. Extraversion is the primary attitude. Consciousness dominates mental life as a young person pursued the task of finding a mate and finding a vocation. The adolescent must grapple with issue of sexuality as well as power of insecurity. Middle age. By their later 30s, most people have dealt with the issue of young adulthood by marrying and establishing themselves in a vocation. At this point, a very different concern emerges, the need of meaning. People need to find a purpose for their lives and reason for their existence. In Jung's terminology, they change from an extroverted to an introverted attitude. They move towards self-realization. This is a term for a middle-aged crisis. Youthful interests and pursuits lose their value and are replaced by new interests that are more cultural and less biological. The middle-aged persons become more introverted and less impulsive. This transition is the most decisive event in a person's life. It is also one of the most hazardous because if anything goes amiss during the transference of energy, the personality may become permanently crippled. This happens, for example, when the cultural and spiritual values of middle age do not utilize all of the energy formerly invested in instinctual aims. In that case, the excess energy is free to upset